right from school, I know we had students who love being in the back. But for today's sake, let's move closer, okay? I'm very sure even the cameraman will appreciate. Better. Yeah, okay, thank you very much, team. This is very good. So we're having a very packed and a very short day, but we want to maximize and make the best use of today so that we leave here when we are really contented and achieved our purpose while we are really calm. And without much ado, let me invite our first person who will make a remark. She's been very instrumental in the organization, just to have a word with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a round of applause for Dr. Brenda.
Thank you so much, MC. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much all for coming. We really appreciate you. And on behalf of the organizing committee, and maybe before I say anything, I would like to invite them, the organizing committee, President. We have a team of great people, Brenda, Raymond, our students from Makerere, Josephine. Okay, thank you so much. So this is the team that has been trying to put a symposium together. And the reason why we are here is that we want to celebrate our 10 years of impact, but we also want to try and do our best to get partners from here. And we have our student chapters from different universities that are here, Makerere, Ndeje, Chambogo. We also have Makerere University Business School, but also we'll also be launching the Council for Women in Energy and Environmental Leadership. And we also want to appreciate our partners, GIZ, Ministry of Energy, and SNV. Thank you so much for supporting us. The team worked so hard to make sure that this event is possible. And I don't want to waste much of your time, but invite you to join us today so that we can be able to make the day colorful, but also for you to be ready for more opportunities that EAU has for the next more other years of impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. That was brief to the point. Yeah, so she has talked about a summary of the day. I know she mentioned ESCO, and briefly we'll get to know what ESCO, what that stands for. I know she has also mentioned about CWIL. CWIL seems a very nice word. I think let us first simplify the meaning of CWIL. In full, what does CWIL really mean?
Okay, well, CWIL is the Council for Women in Energy and Environmental Leadership. We take note that the women are very key champions, but we know that women cannot be successful if the men are not behind them, isn't it? So we just want to launch the Council for Women in Energy and Environmental Leadership, but we call upon men and the young people to join us because we know that women are the most affected, but also the young people. So we want to try and do a number of interventions so that we can empower women, build capacity, and be able to create impact. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I felt that never came out clearly, the word CWIL. I know it's very clear. So we know, of course, we do know that behind every successful man, there has to be a woman. So that's why we have the women who will be doing a lot of cooking in the kitchen as the men drive the agenda. Otherwise, a allow me also to invite someone special, someone who has been in the sector for a while, someone who really drives the team and leads the team. And just to make a remark, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the president.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know breakfast hasn't yet been served, but it would be good to hear the energy in the room. First of all, I would like to recognize guest of honor in absentia, the Commissioner, Dr. Brian Isabiri, who is not yet here but will be joining us soon. The chief guests and guest speakers who have been invited, the members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for making time to be part of our session this morning. I can vividly remember 13 years ago sitting in the Ministry of Energy boardroom as a young engineer, just coming fresh from the field after doing some inspections on electrical works. I was invited in to a meeting where this discussion on setting up a local association specifically focusing on pushing the agenda of sustainability, specifically energy efficiency, started. At that time, the conversation was led by the ministry and GIZ. For the GIZ side, it was Samson Tolesa who was leading the conversation together with engineer Solome, who will be joining shortly. And from the ministry side, it was engineer James Banawe, who's actually our patron. At that time, we did not envisage that we would get to the level we are right now, where we have over 200 members, student chapters at 3 universities, and professionals trained, and very soon, a women leadership section. Yesterday, the permanent secretary addressed us and shared the ministry's strategy for the next 5 years, and the timing for us as an association is perfect. There are many aspects, but specifically the strategy on enhancing productive use of energy and energy efficiency, strategy 3, provides an opportunity for us as an association to showcase the opportunities, the competencies, and the capabilities of our members to the energy sector. They have aspects to do with energy investment, promotion and coordination, and strengthening energy industry, human and institutional capital strengthening, and reduction of energy intensity in the strategy, together with other aspects. And my belief is that the discussions we're going to have today later on the aspects of ESCOs, that is energy service companies, the youth engagement in areas of innovation, and the involvement of women in the sector are key to driving the ministry's strategy. And we as an association believe that it's our responsibility to support the ministry to make sure that its strategy is successful. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming once again, and I wish you a successful deliberations today. Thank you very much.
Yes, that is Dr. to be President Isaac Ephraim. Thank you very much for those remarks. We're really grateful to have you around and for leading the team. At this very moment, we're going to invite someone also who is very special. This person is so close to the association and is really an influence in the energy sector. We want to appreciate him so much because he's with us. He's always walked the journey with us. And this day is happening greatly because of him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome GIZ in the house. Yeah. Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping till we have GIZ. These are the big boys in the house, in the sector. So So Dennis, come and give your opening remark.
Yes, good morning to everyone. I hope we are all well this morning. Yes, my name is Dennis Rukundo. I am a program component manager from GIZ for a project called PREP. PREP is a promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency program. So I'll give opening remarks on behalf of my project manager, Mira Burunji, who's also having another parallel session, but she'll be here to join you for the panel discussions that are taking place today. So allow me, I got some remarks jotted down here, so allow me to deliver them to you. Otherwise, protocol observed. The President EAU, Commissioner, Head of the ERD Department, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, I think is not yet here. Colleagues, members of the EAU, energy auditors, and the likes. Good morning to everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so today is a very important day, and I think this event is quite important. Reason being, there are launches, and there's also a celebration. So this is a heartfelt congratulations to the Energy Efficiency Association for this remarkable milestone of making 10 years. Today, EAU makes 10 years, so I think they deserve a hand clap for that. This is a very big achievement. Of course, this anniversary is a testament to the dedication of your members and the growing importance of energy efficiency in Uganda. Of course, the association is a very critical partner for Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, of course, from the private sector side, and also for GIZ, particularly looking at the PREP program. Of course, you're the private sector anchor for professionalism and market development. EAU has been very instrumental in capacitating the sector, looking at the different certified energy professional trainings that we have had. Of course, GIZ remains a committed partner to supporting EAU's next decade of work, ensuring that energy efficiency is mainstream as the first fuel for Uganda's economic growth. Yeah. Part of the key launches today is the website launch. This is also a very big milestone in terms of digital reach. Definitely we upload the new EAU website. This will be an essential platform for knowledge sharing, transparency, market visibility, connecting businesses with certified energy professionals, and validated best practices. So this, it's good to know that the website is up and running. It will be very critical in terms of knowledge management. When you look at the sector, we need information. So energy efficiency, part of creating the awareness of what's happening in the sector. I believe this digital milestone will be very critical. Today also EAU launches the student chapters, and this is very strategic, looking that it ensures that energy efficiency is integrated into academic curricula and helps to build a professional pipeline for future energy managers, engineers, and auditors. Of course, looking also at our partnership, especially with the skilling components of PREP, has been designed to support the themes today, which we are looking at the role of women and youth, and also looking at the other topic on financing mechanism. For the training of local auditors, this has ensured that the certified talent produce investment grade audits to help unlock financing. Yeah, so looking at the launch of the Seawell, of course we fully support the role of women and youth. Energy efficiency is a green job sector with low barriers to entry for skilled professionals. We must actively ensure that our training programs also empower female entrepreneurs and young graduates. Today's event shows that energy efficiency in Uganda is just not an active, it's maturing and strategically focused. So also looking at where EAU has come from, it's a testament that the energy efficiency sector is maturing. So GIZ has been a proud partner to the Energy Efficiency Association in terms of engaging so much with the private sector. We believe so much in private sector and institutions when it comes to market development because it provides sustainability in the long run because they're able to carry on the programs even beyond the different project cycles of development partners such as GIZ. Otherwise, I wish you fruitful and deliberate discussions throughout today, and we'll also be here with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's GIZ. Members, another round of applause for GIZ. Yeah, these are the money bags in the sector. So all the students, after here, just go and get his phone number and business card. Because, yeah, it's a good opportunity as well. In our agenda for today, we are having another gentleman in the house. When you look at him, he looks money. And the sector knows him for money. And I'm very sure he'll speak something about money. Because money, the Bible says, money answereth all things. I believe he's going to answer all things. Ladies and gentlemen, put hands for none other than SNV, represented by Jacob. Please, come on guys. We're talking about money in the house.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moderator. SNV is not about money. SNV is about facilitating a world where we all thrive and ensure that we enjoy and ensure that we equally get out of poverty. So we just facilitate for that money to flow. Yes. Many thanks, Moderator. And thank you very much for your invitation of SNV to this particular 10 years of impact of EEAU, which is also a day that you're using to launch the Council of Women in Energy and Environmental Leadership, but also to launch the student chapters. So that is really a huge milestone. All right, otherwise, with such a milestone, there are people in the room that I all first recognize. I know the commissioner in his absentia has been one of those who has been a very good ambassador of both energy efficiency and renewable energy. The development partners who are present here, GIZ has been on the top front. They have just spoken. And then we also have the private sector industry association. We have Uganda Manufacturers Association in the room. You're very pivotal in ensuring that you promote sustainable practices in industry, and some of those sustainable practices that embed sustainability within the different industries that you represent is energy efficiency. And it's good to see you in the room. We also have other development partners in the room. Here you're recognized. Together with the Uganda Electricity Energy Credit Capitalization Company. So that is actually where money is, and they help us unlock money either for renewable energy and energy efficiency in the country. And all the different distinguished guests who have been invited here, you're all welcome. And I just want to say good morning and welcome to this particular milestone of 10 years of impact of the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. I'm a proud member of the association. So whatever I will be doing will specifically be able to contribute towards this particular association. About SNV, some of you will be like, so what is SNV? Sometimes people confuse this with SDV. So SNV is a global development partner. And as a global development partner that is guided with a mission to simply strengthen capacities, but also catalyze partnerships. And partnerships that enable the transformation of the agri-food, energy, and the water sectors. And to transform those particular sectors, that means inclusion has to be part of the journey, efficiency has to be part of the journey, and sustainability has to be part of the journey. And that's why we are proudly associating with this event, because in delivering our energy work, energy efficiency is central. Why is energy efficiency central? When we talk about productive use of energy, we will not get the very best out of it without anchoring energy efficiency in ensuring that those particular machinery that you're using to mill that posture, that you're using to do whatever work around productive use need to be efficient, but also the processes therein need to be efficient for you to get the best output. And I need to agree with Alinga when he said that sometimes Jacob speaks about money. Why I speak about money is because energy efficiency cannot be touched. You can touch a solar panel, but energy efficiency cannot be touched. And I simply tell people, energy efficiency cannot be touched, but can be felt, and can be felt in your pocket as money. So it's as simple as that. That today we are in this room, we are much more comfortable in this room because there is a light, because there is an air conditioning. And they will even make us even more comfortable because they will serve us food. We will have water. But ask yourselves what enables food to be on our table, what enables water to be in our taps, and what enables that light, what enables that air conditioning is energy. But you have to pay for that electricity, you have to pay for whichever energy source you're using. And because you have to pay for it, that means we have to use it efficiently. So that means the Energy Efficiency Association is not there by accident, but is there to solve a real challenge that exists within our energy system. And I like the theme that leverage on energy efficiency for Uganda's sustainable energy development. That if we want to see sustainability, if we want to see inclusion, then energy efficiency has to be central in our sustainable energy development pathway. This year, when the budget was being read, there was the famous word ATM, agro-industrialization, tourism, mineral development, and energy is an enabler. And at the end of the day, we're saying, how do we make them competitive? How do we make them productive? How do we make them profitable? When the energy is an enabler, then energy efficiency is actually that catalyzes that productivity within the use of energy for manufacturing, for tourism, in hotels like this. So it's central to us. So in most times when the association says, we have a conversation on energy efficiency, be the first to be there. Because at the end of the day, you feel it with money in your pocket. You may not touch it, but you feel it with money. So productive use of energy will only do the best to put money in the farmers' pockets, to put money in people in tourism when they embed energy efficiency. So my central part around all this is that because we cannot see it, but we can feel it, it means that mindset change is very, very, very critical. So the Energy Efficiency Association in Uganda, beyond investing attracting finance for capital investments, the first step in this huge undertaking is to ensure that awareness creation, awareness creation, awareness creation. And I believe with the ambassador of change, the commissioner who is now in the room is one of those who is passionate about ensuring that it starts with the mind. Change your behavior and then touch your heart, and there you start to see changes. You know, most change we want to see, we first start by asking for money, but it's not actually money. Let's first start with the mind, let's touch the heart, and the hands will just start feeling the money, and the work starts to be done. And for me, that is the approach that I want the Energy Efficiency Association to take in and say, let's drum awareness creation across all levels, from industry to social institutions to households. Tell them about the opportunities and potentials for them investing in energy efficiency. And once you do that, because once they have heard the word, then the transformation starts to kick off from there. The money they think is not available will just be available. And that's why in most cases when we're in the energy sector, we say, oh, we know the known barriers. It's either awareness, it's either affordability, it's either availability. But the rest can only follow when somebody's mind is tricked. So what does it mean for us as SNV? Again, energy efficiency, we recognize it as a journey. We recognize it as an integral part of the overall energy system. That means we also need to take a systems lens to addressing energy efficiency integration across sectors. And to take that lens, that means let's start by shaping the policies and plans to ensure that energy efficiency is an integral component of that. Let's start by shaping the minds, the beliefs of those who are in authority to realize that, hey, we need to think about energy efficiency as part of our energy investments. Let's also, beyond the practices and the attitudes, ensure that we kind of redirect resources. Financing, UECCC, I'm looking at you. Redirect resources towards energy efficiency. And again, because energy efficiency starts from the mind, and in most cases, we all procure items. So that means the redirecting of resources needs to start from procurement. That at the end of the day, there should be a criteria within your procurement criterion that energy efficiency should be an integral part when we are procuring specific investments within our facility, and that applies to industry. And as we shift all that, then finally, we also need to see that our capacities are strengthened at different levels. And once we do that, then we start to see that the transformation happens organically in a systematic way. We just don't want to say an RBF, a catalytic grant. No. If we do that, then it's not going to happen organically. But we take a systems lens towards it and start with changing the minds, because it's a journey. And from today, I just want to end my talk just by saying energy efficiency is a journey, so it becomes a culture. So it's not a one-off investment. So because it becomes a culture, it should become a culture at a household level, it should become a culture at institutional level, and now should also become a culture at the government level, in public investments. So when it becomes a culture, then it's very easily mainstreamed and will easily be integrated in budgets. Every time each of us speaks about quality always, we all speak safety first. Now today, let's say quality always, safety first, and energy efficiency now, because it's part of us, it's what will save us that money, what will save us the planet. With those many remarks, I just want to say thank you to the organizing committee of the EEAU for making this happen. We proudly associate with you because we believe by strengthening capacities and enabling collaborations like this, then we will all see that change that we want to see, specifically now for energy efficiency. So I call upon all of us here. We've done different small projects. But for us to see that change, the most important thing is for us to come together. Let's collaborate. Let's put these all small pilots that we have done, because when we collaborate, then we can start to see scale happening, and then we can start to see sustainability happening, and then we can be proudly say we are delivering impact that matters. So let's start from the mind and let's collaborate, and other things just fall in. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best of a day like this. And I'm proudly associating myself to be one of the members of the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much. That was really, really elaborate. Yes, touched everything. Everything. We're really proud of you, Jacob. You make this journey worthwhile. The next speaker, honestly, he has a very big shoe. He has a very big, that is very hard to fit in, even to really invite him. But I will try, because I was trying to flip through the pages of the book here, and I just feel a big CV. But I'll try to really invite him to have two things. He will do the opening remarks, but also he will give us because we may not have him since he's very busy. So we'll allow him some time to have an opening remark, but also to give his maiden speech before he can leave. But allow me just to run through a bit of his profile here. It's very long. I think I may take the whole day, but I'll try to really do summary reading. Currently, he serves as the Deputy National Coordinator, Head of Technical and Partnerships at NREP. He's a well-trained and experienced professional in the energy field. In particular, he's an expert in renewable energy. He has over 10 years of experience in research, consultancy, management, and teaching from institutions such as Mountains of the Moon University. Now, as I said, it's very long. Let me just proceed down. He attained his doctorate of philosophy in renewable energy at Auckland University. That is not in Africa. So members, we have to read. He has a master's in energy engineering at Pan-African University Institute of Water and Energy in Algeria. It's a very long CV. Members, I may not finish the day. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Dr. Nicholas Mukisa. Please, 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 please. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. That was scary. You know, when they profile you, you start shaking. Will I deliver to the expectations? Because the man has set the bar so high for me. Now I have to find words to ensure that I speak to that level of what everyone expects of me. But a very good morning, colleagues, and thank you for coming this morning. It's a great day for the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. Above all, celebrating the 10 years of its existence. It's my profound honor to give some opening remarks, but also to be part of this celebration. It's not an everyday venture where you find organizations, particularly associations, attaining a milestone of a decade of existence. Most of them exist for a period. Others die by their third year of birth. Before they make their third birthday, they're already gone. Because of the different intentions that cement their establishment, that cannot hold the momentum over the years. So, Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda, congratulations once again. This is not a day like any other. One of the bottlenecks of the energy sector is the gender inclusivity. And seeing that energy efficiency has put its foot forward to lead in inclusivity is remarkable. Seeking to see how do we have women, and women, not just mere women, but women leaders. Yesterday I was in a discussion, and I asked how many engineers did we have in the hall. And then how many women engineers did we have in the hall? And how many women within the hall were working in the energy sector? We had only 3 engineers whom I can mention by name, but the hall had about over 10 attendees. Many have looked at the energy space as a preserve of the engineers only. So when you go to the universities and you're trying to encourage, lend some career guidance, girls and ladies will tell you, we don't have the strength to carry poles and wires. We're not about to be seen jumping and climbing over the poles. The image is different. They think whoever is in the energy space must have a degree in engineering. But this is an ecosystem that has different facets where we all have a role to play and contribute to. So today, just as I mentioned earlier, is a unique day. We are incorporating in girls, women, but also chapters for the students. These chapters not only nurture people through their university life, but also the long-time livelihood. Because they are going to be associating with experts in the field. The president was mentioning when Energy Efficiency Association was formed, its formation was being discussed 10 years down the road. And they never saw this coming. Time has come where we do not have to have the president every now and again engaging with the universities. It's time now for him and his secretariat to engage with the chapters. Those are structures that an organization will live on and have a lasting legacy. So congratulations once again. Now, in particular, speaking to the National Renewable Energy Platform, we are one of those that have found pride in working closely with the Energy Efficiency Association. And I know some of the colleagues here can bear me witness how much we've loved and we've worked closely to support to ensure that the energy efficiency component is well pronounced in the space. And the easiest way, particularly for those that have households and businesses, of managing your energy bills is by managing how you consume your energy. Before you complain about tariffs being very high, first look into how you use that energy. Many of our people, and often I ask some of the colleagues in the university, and ask them, what do you consider when you go out to procure a bulb for your house, to procure a percolator, to buy a refrigerator? What do you look out for? Many times they mention prices. But you and I know the low price today of the purchase price ends up in a high price on the energy you're consuming. So this is where people need to also know the labeling aspects of these technologies to know that maybe, and you all agree with me, the more energy efficient an appliance is the more costly it might be, right? So trying to run away from the present high cost might end you actually in a long-term high cost over the time. So as the National Renewable Platform, we are happy to continue the working relationship. You know, unlike the association, for us we don't have membership, we don't have subscription fees. We believe that whoever is in the energy sector can freely associate with NREP, can leverage NREP resources, can leverage NREP's networks to achieve or advance the mandate of renewable energy and energy efficiency in Uganda. So we want to work together. We want to explore which projects can we work together on. Aspects of carbon aspects credit. How do we package together projects, sectoral projects, not individually supporting an institution, but the sector at large. And this does not stop with us as institutions, at platform and association, but we can equally work with government and other development partners to package something that is transformative to our sector. We are happy to continue exploring mechanisms that can bring down costs. Talk about the productive uses of energy, talk about the clean cooking. There are very many value chains that we can explore and have an impact. Talk about mobility. Yesterday someone told us that the reason they cannot take e-mobility is because most of the vehicles cannot exceed 100 kilometers. But none of us, when we were buying phones, looked at how long your batteries will last or how long your phone will last. I have a phone, a very old one. I've not had a chance to touch an iPhone. I'm one of those traditional people who love the old technology. Pardon? Old school men. And recently, someone got me a Samsung, the watch, 8. I think the new version is 8. And I couldn't connect it to my phone. So I told one of my boys to help me check why. And told me, doctor, your phone cannot update. The technology was rolled out last year, September. So I'm in challenge. I have to buy a new phone to be able to use my new watch. That's why I still have this phone, not like Dr. Brand. I don't have a smart watch. But you see, that's the point, that we are advancing and technology is growing. You know, as technology advances, we also now start to look at how do we minimize, how do we manage the energy resources. We don't want to first become wasteful to start thinking about energy efficiency. So with those remarks, I want to wish us the best of the day. I was looking around to see where the cake is set. Maybe someone is still bringing it, but please, even if I'm out, call me back. I want to partake of the cake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. That was really, really great. Cake is available. And I'm trying to manage time here. And when I look at my program, we're supposed to have breakfast. But I need your permission. Should we do cake first, or we go for breakfast? Okay. Now, I've been given the best advice. So I'm going to invite the president to invite our chief guest.
Good morning once again. It's my singular honor to invite Dr. Isabire to do the honors of launching the Sewell chapter, unveiling our new logo and website, and the student chapters. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much, President, for the invitation. My purpose here is simple, to launch things, right? So I don't have to speak. I'll just launch things where the things launch. But before I launch things, allow me to say a few things, because you've invited me here and everyone has been speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be here, and most importantly, to speak to you for the first time in this capacity. The last time we met, I was seated on that side. Now this time I have an opportunity to be here. And I'm just going to demonstrate to you how being inefficient is expensive. By giving a very long speech, by the end of my speech, you'll know why being efficient is important. Because I will not sit here and tell you being efficient, it is important. Let me speak the whole day. Then you'll understand why being efficient is important. Because some of you want to go for breakfast, so I will show you why it is costly not to be efficient. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm glad I have students in this audience. It's very important. I want to thank at the beginning, because I may forget to thank our sponsors. I want to start with SNV. You've really been there for energy efficiency. If you can clap for SNV. There are many development partners that we deal with, but I think the most prominent on energy efficiency has been SNV. And I'm not in any way saying that others, such as our long-term partners, GIZ, have not been there, but specifically in terms of concentration, SNV has been very critical. The Energy Efficiency Association of this country is also appreciated at the beginning, and I'm intentional about that. These associations don't come in the same shape. This particular one is very organized. They do their things, they are very organized, and I'm dealing with many that are disorganized as well. So I am intentional when I thank you at the beginning. Today we meet here to celebrate over 10 years of impact, and that is a very good theme of this event. Allow me to digress a bit and draw you to the energy trilemma, especially the students. Students, countries, and institutions face what we call the energy trilemma. And I want to break it down quickly so you don't copy notes the whole day. All countries want to be energy secure, so there is security as pillar number one of the trilemma. But that energy must be met in an equitable way, so the pillar two is equitability. So you must make sure that all groups are met. And equitability is a very special term. It's not evenness. When we say equity, we are not saying everyone should get things at the same level. People should get what makes them to move to that level where they would compete. The other pillar, the third pillar, is environmental sustainability. That is the energy trilemma. So when we are doing our energy transition plan as a country, that is what guides any form of transition. And I am sure that the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda is also guided by that baseline, the energy trilemma. Across all the three pillars of the energy trilemma, one thing stands out, and the center of the energy trilemma is energy efficiency and conservation. And that's why if there is anything very easy to demonstrate to this country, and that's why I said I'm going to speak for 7 hours, is energy efficiency and conservation. I don't know why we fail to make every Ugandan to appreciate it. Because if you go out there in the energy baraza, after speaking, the first thing they ask is the inefficient equipments on the market. Even a peasant in the village will say, they will put up their hands and say, you know, we are tired of these fake products that don't meet any minimum energy standards. So why is it very hard for every Ugandan to appreciate why energy efficiency is critical? Why must we preach it like going to heaven? You see people preaching things, you see energy efficiency is very good. You don't preach things like that. And that's why I chose to speak forever, such that you appreciate that being efficient is important. So the energy efficiency and conservation sit at the center of the energy trilemma. If you have to grow energy security of a country, you must do it with efficiency, and you must make sure that you're doing wise utilization of energy. So that's conservation. If you must be equitable, you must be efficient, because resources are not going to be here forever. If you must do things that support the environment, environmental sustainability, efficiency is at the center. And that's why when you read SDG 7 on energy access, the other pillar is doubling energy efficiency. So that should not be a problem. But I want to pick it from my colleague Etunganan on the emphasis that you made for behavioral change campaign. And that's where we are failing as a country, as a community, and as an association. Let me give you a background as to why we got a program on clean cooking under NREP. And my colleague from NREP talked about why we must finance. When the British came to speak to us on clean cooking, we were very clear on what we wanted to do. We said, unless we change the behaviors, any investment is useless. And I keep giving the same example in every meeting, and I'm intentional. And that's what I told the people at the British High Commission. I told them, you will talk about clean cooking forever. If you don't go for the core problem is not the talking, it's the behavioral change. Even some of these students you're seeing here have phones. Do you know that some of them have phones? And phones are not cheap. Because the phone companies changed their behavior to know that a phone is important. It is not these subsidies that Fred will tell you about. You know, we have this subsidy. Those is just employment. It's not the core of the problem. That is a secondary problem. Money is a secondary problem. The value proposition is what matters. So we told the British at that time that giving us money giving us subsidies, giving us all these funny things is just the secondary problem. The primary problem on energy efficiency is people appreciating what it means in your life, what it means to be efficient. Then people will look for money to buy. That's why students have phones, even when some of them have not paid school fees. Yes, they here. Haven't you seen beautiful girls with iPhones on boda boda? They are there on a boda boda, but they are holding an iPhone. That iPhone buys a car. But they're on boda boda. Because they've been told that you look kirase when you have an iPhone, right? And for me, that's what I tell people. Don't waste all the money on these, top-ups, demand side. Those things will be here, you'll converse them, but I am not a firm believer in those things. Because I've not heard of a subsidy from UECCC on iPhones. Have you heard of one? Okay. Let me talk about the energy efficiency and association for Uganda. Why we love these associations. And again, I will tell you why some of them don't get funded while others get funded. It is the way you present your problem. What is the role of an association? An association's role is not to sell products. Let me use an example of one, and I don't mean it's really about them. An association's role is not to put clean cooking stoves. For example, if you're a eunuch, your role is not to sell stoves. It has no business in selling stoves as an association. So this association has no business selling equipment that are efficient. It has no business there. Its role is to bring together players, identify their challenges, look at their opportunities, and then raise these to the levels that matter. If you think there is money in UECCC that would support people selling efficient equipment, the role of the association is to aggregate that demand now. It's okay for you to go to UECCC and tell them that I have 200 members that are selling efficient equipment. This is their offtake. Me as the association, I will be the guarantor that when I say this member is selling fridges, I know him, I have done investment readiness on them, so I've built their capacity to be investment ready. So when you come, I give you a pipeline of businesses. That's the primary role. And by doing that, you're doing what we call subsidiarity. Subsidiarity in English, and some of you know English, I didn't study abroad like Dr. Mukisa. I studied here, so my English is not very good. But it essentially means that you do what you're best at doing, I do what I'm best at doing. UECCC may not be best at bringing all these players together. So the value add of energy efficiency association would be to now help UECCC to prepare these members, to tell them that branding is part of you. You must position yourself. You must know how to pitch your business. You must do the basics of a business. So that when UECCC comes to you, you tell them, I have businesses that are ready. I'm tired of seeing associations that want to compete with the businesses they are promoting. That I am tired. That is your role. Subsidiarity is number one for an association. The other one is collective action, which I've hinted on. An association is supposed to bring collective action, and my colleague talked about impact. This association is supposed to make sure that members are doing things collectively. And when you do collective action, then you lower duplication. In the past, everyone was asking MEX for money to do awareness on cooking. And I'm giving that as an example. And we said, no, let's get this money into one platform. That platform then will be pick USEA, pick UNREA, pick UNAC, pick us in government. We have Litho here who heads communication. Pick civil society organization. And we do a common awareness. So if I was SNV, and this is now a request to SNV, I'm just giving it as a demonstration. If I have money on energy efficiency, awareness or behavioral change, why would I channel it to individual companies? Why don't you get this money into this association and then tell this association to lead all the members to do a common package for awareness? That in itself makes sure that you're doing subsidiarity, but also using the resources effectively. And that's why the clean cooking money is in NREP, that anyone can pick that money. UNIA can pick it, USEA can pick it, this association can pick it and do the work that they can do. So that's what we want to do in government, that you don't scatter money. If you have an umbrella association, what are you doing talking to the members when there is an association? And I see members loitering up in UECCC. They see you, see them in corridors. You have an association. What are you doing there? So that's the problem. And I talk about this emotionally because I don't think we organize in government. You see, you have an association called UNAC. And you have money. Then you're looking for members of UNAC, as if you don't see UNAC itself. That is what is killing this market. So going forward, and the last time I made this point, sorry, I'm going to speak for 7 hours, so don't worry. Last time I made the comment, I said, all these projects that are supporting this sector should have a component for these associations, because they are the glue that puts people together. You don't lose money, you actually benefit if you go to one. If I go to this president and say, all the money on awareness on energy efficiency is with you, you know who to deal with. And we keep doing things in an aligned way. And if there was a 1% for each project on energy efficiency to this association leadership, who would die in this country? I don't know whether we would die, but when I brought it, I became a devil. People went everywhere, and they said I was wrong. So when we do these things, when we are practicing subsidiarity, collective action, lowering duplication, and increasing spillover from one institution to another, then we can talk about scaling, which my colleague talked about, and then we can consolidate the gains. I didn't say protecting the gains, but we also protect the gains going forward. So if we want to have a competitive and commercializable energy efficiency sector, then we need to have our activities done in a collective way with subsidiarity, enhancing spillover and lowering duplication. What is key is leadership. These associations come and die at leadership level. Leadership is not governance. Leadership is different. And I'm glad I'm speaking at this level. People must understand that leadership is servant leadership. A leader does not just sit here and say, you see, I am the Commissioner of Energy Efficiency. If I have to give out coupons for lunch, I will do that. That's what leadership is. And that's where most people fail. These associations must be led by leaders, not by people who are just there sitting. You know, this is mine. You know, lead it as a leader. And one of the things that we have scarce in this country is leadership. It's not money. This conference, the Renewable Energy Conference, if I can make a comment, and Dr. Mkisa has not given me the figures. The last few conferences that we've had, none has gone less than 1.5 billion shillings. In cost, for you just sit here and see food, coupon, but it is not less than 1.5 billions. And all that money is paid by you because of leadership. Because of leadership. Leaders don't, there is this book, and you should read it as the president. Leaders eat last. In most instances, yes? Yes. Most leaders I see in this country eat fast. That's why things die. So if there is anything that is scarce in this country, is leadership. And if you see associations dying, it's because they lack real leaders. Leaders brand themselves. And the brand of a leader is performance. So this energy efficiency is the most relevant undertaking in our sector today. Yesterday, my colleague, Commissioner Cecilia, presented that our effective capacity, we are away from it by about 200 megawatts, meaning that very soon, this country is going to be in darkness. So what is a better time than now when you start talking about being efficient in using our power that is going down? So if you want to manage this institution well, you eat last. You leaders are eating first. That's why associations are collapsing. The other component of the leadership is long-range thinking. Most of the leaders think now, when you give them 100 million to manage this, like you're going to give them from SNV, they will start by sharing. You talk to a leader, he doesn't have any plan beyond 1 week. They are here. That's why you see associations collapsing. There are no long-range leaders who are thinking at that level. Where will this country be? When we started NREP in 2021, we were at Mestil. A few of these faces, I still see them. We were looking at NREP. NREP has not even reached at a level where it is going. It is just starting. But we know exactly where we'll be. And we hope that in the future it will have a center of excellence with all these associations hosted there. Because of long-range thinking. So if you must do, train your people in leadership. And I'm making sure, I'm deliberate in delaying this speech. I want to show you why not being efficient is bad. Financing. The finances are there. No one should tell you there is no money. It is how you package yourselves. Are you creating value? Are you relevant to government? Or you are just there? You know, for us, we are the association. You get an air ticket, you go to Kenya. They say, you see, I'm happy. How relevant are you to government initiatives? That is something for you to take from. These donors you talk to, after talking to you, they come to us. And they say, is this association relevant? Or it's useless? Can't you pick up something? Now we are fighting with the bill. In the first round, we lost a bit, but that is managed already. Where is this association in helping government? How many of you in this association have come to the PS to say, we saw what happened on the floor of Parliament. As the association, we want to champion this. Have you seen anything? Have you been relevant to us? Or we are fighting for the bill, then you say we are the association. So that is how you show relevancy. Those of you who have been in the ministry longer than me, I'm a very young person in the ministry. You know that we used to have sector reviews, and some of you participated. In Nyarava, you were part of them. Those things had almost died. I said almost, don't say said the sector reviews had died. I said almost. We picked it up and have brought it to REC. Are you sure the minister was not happy or the PS? You think they were not happy that it happened here? It means that NREP, through REC, has added value to government. Where are you adding value as this association? Or you are just there with the titles president, vice president, and deputy? Those are things to think about. How do we finance energy efficiency and conservation? Concession and carbon markets are critical. So you need to work amongst your members and development partners. So we need to look for concession, but also ensure that our carbon markets are providing value. I made a presentation there. I don't think it was even a presentation. It was an appearance. Government is supposed to support this sector. But the biggest player in this industry is the private sector. So the biggest budget for energy efficiency is private sector. That is why, if you don't look like someone who understands private business, get out of this business. This business requires that you are a sailor. You must look like a businessman. Some of us try. We talk to everyone, casually, you see, you know, you see. It is the kind of attribute that you must have in this association. You're dealing with private sector players. I'm taking long, but I've told you it's deliberate. So I want to see that from the association downwards, you are looking like people who can support businesses. And that's another point why this association should be. Ask your players, what is the reason businesses are not thriving? Because we want a competitive and commercializable energy efficiency market in this country. One of which, let me say, is standards. Make sure that you are supporting your members to get the standards that they need to do business. If it is money, and I've had my problems with these RBFs, and I've told you, I don't hide the way they are done. Go to them and say, some of the RBFs are supporting us, others are distorting the market. No one is talking about RBFs. And when I talk about them, they say, leave that man. Just come for the money tomorrow. So whenever I complain, they pick one of you, they take you. So in the next market, we're in Imbarara, and I saw no sense there. We had a market where some people were selling an equipment that is efficient at 150 because they had an RBF. Others were selling it at 300. And they are in the same market. They are in the same market. And when I talked, people said, I'll leave that man. Just come, I will give you RBF. I will write you on the next one. So they distorted the conversation. What do we require of you as government? Engineer Birimas, I told these people that I'm going to speak for 7 hours such that they know why efficiency is important. Because when you don't punish Africans, they don't know, they don't pick lessons easily. So requirements. If you're going to drive this market, and if this association is going to be very relevant to the sector, there is number one problem, which even the head of public service noted yesterday. Data. Data is the number one problem for government. How can we come to energy efficiency to pick data about the sector? Have you noted that our off-grid access has stagnated at 38 for years? You think it doesn't grow up or down? We don't have data. So every time we change the grid, the off-grid is 38%. So how do we count on this association to pick up data on how much penetration we've had? So we need evidence to make policies, but we also need to count on you to give us data as government. And as we talk about carbon markets, we'll also need to talk about MRVs. They will be critical. So how can we work with this institution to establish MRVs that will now allow us to benefit from the carbon markets? We need policies and regulations that work. We have on the bill, and that's why I said we need to be supported by this association to popularize the bill and make it acceptable to our MPs. You know, those MPs are innocent. After beating the bill, when they come to the corridor, they say, but we have a lot of fakes on the market. Where do they come from? But they say the bill is not relevant. But they are the same ones asking you about the fake products on the market. Meaning that someone needs to link this bill in vernacular. Yesterday we had a session there in vernacular. If you have put it in Lusoga so that all Ugandans appreciate why this bill is long overdue. And help us at that level. We also have a strategy and a roadmap. Break this down into milestones so that we all appreciate that going forward. And I've talked about market activation. I'm about to finish. You know, when you're inefficient, you also become inefficient very fast. So I'm also starting to become tired. I'm glad that today we are launching a youth chapter. I would call it a school chapter. And for us, that is key. These youth, people kept telling us that they are the leaders of tomorrow, even when us, the commissioners, don't want to leave them to lead. So they are the leaders of tomorrow. So I'm glad that we are building this momentum from that level. I'm also glad that we are launching women in leadership. That is critical. Women should lead, and I will not emphasize why they should lead. That is very critical. So in summary, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my very, very long speech that was totally inefficient, it is very easy to demonstrate energy efficiency and conservation and why it is important. Start from the problem. And one of these days, as we have our practical sessions, we'll have to teach you how to pitch. When you pitch, don't go to people and say, give me money, give me this, give me this. Show me how you solve my problems, then I'll give you money. So don't tell people, energy efficiency, by the way, is very good. Don't go like that. Show people what they are going through and why your solution is important to solving that. And that's very critical. On energy efficiency, let us demonstrate to people through the audits of these companies that you're spending so much on this industry. Through this practice, this behavior, you can conserve more of your power. Through this retrofit, you can even be more efficient. And the saving is so much. Yesterday when I made that appearance in the main hall, a few of you were there. My intention was not to tell people that we are going to do productive use of energy and energy efficiency. Is to tell them what they need to put in and the savings that we'll get. For us, we understand the money. If you tell someone that if you did this retrofit, you're going to save so much money per year, and in 4 years, you will own this product and save. They will, but don't just say energy efficiency. You know, simple locally, see street preaching. You don't want people to believe things by faith. That's the way we are preaching energy efficiency. You should believe it, it works. Yeah, you know, get born again and join us. Come from a problem angle. You're spending so much money. If we only changed this, yesterday we were standing out there, and you should try that today. You know that building across there is the Minister of what? You know the whole night lights are on in every office. Try it today, you will see. The whole building is lit from up to down. And yet you know, those guys are spending our money paying for energy bills. In the offices where everyone leaves at 3 p.m., everyone closes, they park and they go. But electricity is on the whole night. It's actually 24 hours in those buildings. If we only started with that building by telling them that, you know, when we cut off like this, or when we install bulbs that have sensors, it's only when you come in that lights are off. Across government, lights are on throughout. Even in Amber House, where energy efficiency is hosted, lights are there. So if we only started there and said, by doing this, we lower the bill, even Madam Under Secretary, who is actually here, would know that if I lowered this, you mean our budget on electricity would go down. That building, you see it today, lit from top up to down, including security lights. The whole night, 24 hours. So it is those small things, and I'm about to finish. 3, second now, let us institutionalize this association. Stop treating it like a private sector thing. And I'm glad Ingeniabiri Maso is here. Engage this association in every aspect of government such that it is institutionalized. That gives you sustainability going forward. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, let's create value through this association and the work that we do. Thank you. Was that all? I thought you called me to do something else, then I did something else.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause to Dr. Brian. With all these many few words, there's nothing much I can really add. Another round of applause to our very own doctor. Okay, yes, doctor, you're going to also lead us through a session of launching. We have 3 activities to be launched. Maybe let me just repeat them. We have the CWIL, Center for Women in Energy and Energy Leadership, that will be launched today. We have the new EAU website that we're going to launch. It's so rich in content that we're going to launch today with the help of our doctor. Then we have student chapters, that is Chambo University and Indeja University, that will also be launched today. And definitely we also celebrate our 10 years in style, as we shall be witnessing. So I'm going to invite 2 strong gentlemen to come and help us just move the launch board closer. can just move it right over here. The launch board, just carry it the way it is, yeah. Abugalo, Abugalo, Abugalo. I don't know applause, really. No, okay, fine, up here, okay. No, I think we can have it down, right? I think we can all sit here. It's fine. Can I have it down here? Yeah. Yes, Brenda. Okay, I needed something from her. That's where the point is. Okay, I was still consulting with my boss. She's a doctor and a very special lady. Students, let's work harder to become doctors. There's something special about doctors. When I see this table, it's rich. Okay, can I have another pull-up banner, the new one as well? Just right over here. Okay. I'm just being guided that we should be more efficient when signing this thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope all of us shall be tall enough to sign it. You may put it very high.
No, that's another challenge
I
as
thought
well.
putting it down was more equitable, but it's fine. I hope they are all tall enough to sign.
I think for the likes of Team Lazarus, we shall get a special stand to elevate the heights. Maybe when we're doing all these things, I'm going to request my team at the back, can we just play a small clip video as we do the setup here? Just let's have our eyes on the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to have this chance of portraying the beginning of the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda through a track of how the association began. Roughly from around 2013 and 2015, this is when the idea came up, and I want to commend about 5 or 6 people for having brought up the idea, which you have announced up to date for the 10 years. First and foremost, I want to appreciate the contribution from Solomon Makumbi and Mr. Samson Tolensa, who provided an avenue for us for meeting, because there were key people in the GIZ, which is housed in the Amber House, where there's Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I want also to commend Mr. Isaac Katumusime, who is currently the president, who has seen the association grow from 2013 to the current date we talk. I also want to commend Mr. David Alip and Mr. James Banabe, who was still in the government at that time, who we elected as our patron, and who also managed to provide David Birumaso as a focal point to front our interests to the government, especially through the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. For the years 2013, 2015, it were limping, but still we didn't give up because we had a vision of seeing this baby grow to the current status. We managed to register the association within that period, and at that time, it was the Energy Auditors Association of Uganda. As we went on from 2015-17, and as more people got attracted, we realized the word Energy Auditors Association of Uganda is a limiting factor because energy efficiency goes beyond auditing. With a broader idea and with new ideas coming in, we jointly joined UNREA, that's the Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Association, which had broader players in biogas, solar, and of course the Energy Efficiency Association as part of the. And then fortunately, between 2015-17, the association went on growing, and we realized we had now to look at a broader perspective. So instead of calling it the Energy Auditors Association of Uganda, broadly, we took the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. We got a number of changes in terms of managing the association. Because initially I was the first chairman, called the president, Nelson Tasobia after me, Alan Msinguzi, Elvis Sekate, and the current president, Isaac Tumusime. Currently, we are the chapter enshrined in the AEE, Association of Energy Engineers, based largely in America, but we have a chapter enshrined within the Energy Efficiency Association. The National Energy Training Center of South Africa, IEAP, where a pool of people have been trained through several packages from that center, through the closed association, where people have got certified energy auditor, steam systems optimization, compressor air systems optimization, certified measuring and verification professionals, and other courses which are now currently being offered in liaison with that training center. Way back in 2013, I'm happy that has taken ground, and the association has really grown to where it is, and this is why it has taken us to this level of celebration for the 10 years to see that the association is in place. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's one of our pioneer members of the association. Right about now, we are good to go. I'm going to invite, let me invite the president over. Yes, doctor. Yes, Dr. Nicholas. Yes, come over. Yeah. Jacob, SNV, GIZ. Yes, doctor. Okay, please unveil. Doctor. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's right. Let's have him on board. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's have Dr. Brian lead the team. Okay, let's. Okay, from 10 to 1. Okay, from 10 to 1. Can we all count together, okay, slowly? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Yes, I. Okay, let's do the sign off. Let's do the sign off. Let's do the sign off. Yeah, anywhere. Let's have, oh, Professor, please join for signature. And we do have a group photo. Okay. No, yeah, we are going to do this, the sign off after the cake cutting. The, yeah, then we do the massive. Oh, I need Dr. Brenda, come on, have a signature as well. The vice, please. Cyril. Okay, let's have the two Cyril leaders do the signing as well. We do the cake cutting. Then everyone will sign off. Yes, yes, doctor. Please lead the team as well, and we do the cake cutting as well. Doctor is very energy efficient. Let's okay. Let's. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We have the students, then we have the civil team. So after this photo, we're going to have the civil team come and do a photo with the chief guest. Then after the civil team, we'll have the students. We have Chambogo students, and we have the Makere team and DJ. They'll come and have a photo as well with the chief guest. That will be the order. Okay, 10, 2, 3, go 10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah! So right about now, we're going to have a group photo. Can I have all the board members? Let's have the board members. That's okay. A photo moment. The board members have a photo moment. Yes, board members, let's come and have a photo with the team. Okay, then let's have the civil committee join the chief guest. Chief guest, I need you for another group photo with the civil committee. All the civil team, civil committee. Okay, thank you. We shall have the last batch of photos with the chief guest, the students in Deji University, Chambog University. Let's come and have, this is your day. We are launching your chapters. Your chapter is being launched. Please make sure before you leave, you get a contact, a phone number of these special men in the country. Makerere University, Chambog University, Deji University. Thank you very much. So, thank you, doctor. Thank you, the team. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for breakfast. But we shall have a working breakfast, okay? So what we'll do, simply go grab a bite, then come and have your seat. Okay. So let's just move in. So let's have a working break, okay? So in the next session, we have our panel discussions. Now we'll be talking the real things. So feel free, grab a bite, just come and sit, and we proceed from there. Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting started for the panel discussions, we have our discussants ready and the moderator. I would request we could get started The other panelists will be joining us as and when they're through with their breakfast. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to our panelists who are brave enough to come here today. Remember, I'm not happy with the energy in the room, yet we had a very bountiful, that is more like it, that's more like it, that's more like it. I am sure we know the panelists before us today, and I may not do them service by introducing them myself. But I want to try something different. We're here to talk about energy efficiency, not so? And the limitation we have with energy efficiency is that people think it's for the land people who have money. What does energy efficiency mean? So, I know we got our questions in advance, but allow me to throw you a softball. As you introduce yourself, tell us in the room why energy efficient is relevant. Quick name, why you're here, and why energy efficiency is relevant. I'll start with the lady who came first. You know, you start with money, and then we shall see how to move around the room. Mirab, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning to you all. My name is Engineer Mera Birungi Biarhanga. I'm the project manager for the promotion of renewable energy and energy efficiency program in the GIZ Energy and Climate Cluster. Sounds a mouthful, right?
We can clap for that quickly. Mani has spoken.
Yeah, energy efficiency to me, it promotes cost reduction for the different appliances that I'm using at my home. Take, for example, the lighting. So taking on efficient lighting like LEDs enables me to save money. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you, thank you. Who wants to follow that up? Gilbert, are you comfortable? Please pick it up.
No, I was going to say let's let the money speak first, and those of us who want the money can speak last.
SMV. And you know there's that saying in Luganda, Owamani Takorachi, you know he walked in last for a reason. Did you guys notice that? Please, SMV, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. My name is Jacob Etunganan. I work as the energy efficiency expert at SNV Uganda, specifically for the Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency in Uganda initiative. So what is energy efficiency? For me, energy efficiency, as Miraba said, is simply about saving costs of energy, and that means you're saving money. So you're either saving money when you're cooking food at home, you're saving money when you're lighting at home, you're saving money when you're doing business, or you're saving money either you're processing any kind of food stuff. Could be maize, could be tea, could be milk. So for me, it's about saving money.
Thank you so much, Jacob. But I want to give it back to Gilbert here, because Gilbert here is representing Uganda Manufacturers Association. So there's also some money here which is in hiding. So Gilbert, pick it up from there. Quickly, why is it relevant? Why are you here and who are you?
Okay, I'm called Gilbert Chibesho. I work as a research and policy analyst at the Uganda Manufacturers Association. I handle energy and environment. So when it comes to manufacturers in particular, energy efficiency is about production cost. We know that manufacturers consume a hefty amount of energy. Okay, I'll base on electricity, because when we go to energy, sometimes some people confuse energy and electricity. But we consume a hefty amount of electricity, standing at 67%. And so it means that if we are efficient, we are saving on the amount of money that we are spending on this electricity through our machineries. Thank you.
We have them.
Yes, all protocol observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen and fellow youth. My name is Raymond Namusoso, and I am the founder of Wowtech Solutions Limited, which is a purely youth-led water and energy management startup that was established to help facilities, industry, good to have Uma here, institutions, including the government, to reduce on their energy and water consumption and costs by providing innovations in real-time monitoring solutions, energy auditing, and energy efficiency retrofits. And I'm glad to be part of this panel. So energy efficiency in simple terms is how can I produce the same amount of product using little energy. Let us say, let's talk now in business terms. You want to produce 100 kilograms of maize flour, and there's a technology that is going to use little energy compared to the current technology that you have in your mill. So energy efficiency looks at how can I efficiently utilize energy and maximize production, and that comes with benefits of profit maximization. So how relevant is energy efficiency? There's been studies, a couple of them, that have been done by government and development partners. There is one that was done by World Bank, I think in 2014, that involved retrofitting of LED lights and even power banks in a few industries. And I can tell you just from that study, with a few industries that were sampled, we were able to save up to 80 megawatts of power. That is an equivalent to a power dam without investing too much. So instead of using money to build a power dam, you can instead use energy efficiency to promote energy access without needing a lot of investment. So with such studies, it clearly shows how relevant energy efficiency is going to be to promote rural electrification, because that's a big challenge that we have in terms of distribution, but we do have production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We've saved best for last, it seems. Please, who are you, and why is energy efficient relevant?
All right. Thank you, the moderator, the distinguished guests, the panelists, and the representatives from the different organizations and the government. My name is Tumosime Kasangaki, and I'm currently a civil engineering finalist, Makerere University. I know you may be wondering why civil engineering relating. Yeah, it's a question most people have, and I think we shall delve more into it during the discussion. It's an honor for me to be part of these big gentlemen and ladies at this panel. And the relevance for my perspective and maybe a representative to the young emerging professionals and the students is mostly, I can say, opportunities. What are the opportunities in the energy industry or this emerging energy efficiency or the energy transition currently in Uganda? So I feel like more opportunities are yet to be open for us, the students, who are really eagerly waiting to see what is opening for us out there. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's jump into the meat and potatoes of the discussion today. Let me start with engineer. Engineer, GIZ has worked on industrial energy efficiency programs across East Africa, including promotion of renewable energy. And from your experience, what are the proven models in which Uganda can adopt efficiency? And what is GIZ currently doing, or what are they coming up with in terms of initiations to train the local auditors to come and to link them up with real industrial projects? I know you're sitting next to Uma. So how do you as GIZ really input as businessmen at UMA that they see as relevance from the GIZ perspective?
Thank you so much for that question. As GIZ, I'll talk about three proven approaches that we've worked with over the past maybe 6-7 years. One, starting with strengthening institutional capacity for private sector associations. We have actually worked with UMA directly, the Uganda Manufacturers Association, worked with USIA, the Uganda Small Scales Industries Association, UNREA, and of course the EEAU. And we believe that the private sector clearly is the way to sustainability of the different interventions that we work with. So as GI said, even as we implement, for example, the awareness campaigns, we've implemented several of them, especially with UMA. We had them in to encourage the manufacturers coming on board. Also implementing capacity building training programs with EEAU to ensure that we have trained quality, trained workforce, energy professionals, and also with UNREA to see how to coordinate the interventions within the sector. The other approach I'll go into is on developing policies, regulatory frameworks, and standards, because these help to provide an enabling framework for us to be able to implement such interventions. For example, now looking at the industries, promoting the ISO 50001 for the energy management within the industries, because this not only enables one-off savings, but goes into the continued savings for the different industries as they implement these systems. Then delving into the linkages, financial de-risking and credit lines are basically linking financial institutions to the small and medium enterprises and also industries that we work with to ensure that we can support in development of bankable proposals. So those are the approaches that I would mention for now. And then what are we doing to link the private sector to the energy auditors?
Yes.
Yeah, to the industries, yes. So, as GIZ currently, we have conducted the Certified Energy Management program for the energy professionals. I believe, I see some of the people who participated in this. And this clearly helps us to ensure that we build the confidence of these professionals as they go out into the industries to be able to undertake these energy audits. And also currently we're working with financial institutions to support the industrial sector to develop clean energy projects that can be implemented. Yeah, so I'll stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer. But what you have said now is like a springboard to what UMA has to answer for. What do I mean? As the industrial sector, you are one of the biggest, if not the biggest consumers of energy. Not so? But your interpretation or adoption of energy efficient is still very moderate. What are the barriers? Why aren't manufacturers embracing energy efficiency? Are there any barriers that you need us to know? The floor is yours, Mr. Gilbert.
Thank you. It's a very good thing to speak after GIZ. Okay, so now, I wanted to first put some things clear. It's not that manufacturers are not adopting energy efficient technologies. Now, when you look at the big players, Uganda is comprised of quite a number of manufacturers across different sectors. The one biggest thing is the biggest players, which comprise about 20% of the manufacturing volumes in the country. They have adopted efficient technologies. Why? Because you cannot be competitive in this market if you're not efficient. The problem is with the 80%, the small players. Now you find out that retrofits or even adopting more systemized and efficient production lines, it requires some good amount of money. And you'll find that most of these small players do not have this money to invest. So I'll start from there. And I'm going to request everyone to look at the ceiling. Look at the ceiling. So when you look at that ceiling, you are going to see quite a number of things. There are bulbs, but I want you to look at the air conditioners. Do they look new to you? They look somewhat old. Do you think they are efficient? So now, when you look at a hotel like Serena, and I'm sorry if there's a Serena person in here, so this investment was made some time back. Changing for example, in this room alone, there are about 6 air conditioners. I don't know how many rooms Serena has. But if Serena is to say, let us adopt new, say, Samsung air conditioners across, it is one good amount of money. And Serena is big. You might find out that they might not do this at the same time, but they might phase out. But when you look at the small players, that are operating even at a small scale, you find out that they don't have that money. So one thing is the money. The money is not available for them to do that. Why? Because even the banking sector, you find out that if you want to adopt a lot more energy efficient technologies, the pricing is still the same as a conventional loan, a normal loan, which should be different. So one thing is that. Then we have a problem of technical capacity. Technical capacity in form of energy audits. Now, GIZ has done a tremendous work trying to ensure that these energy auditors are around, but energy auditors are not cheap. Yeah, that skill is still to the few. So get out of Kampala, go to anywhere outside of town and look for an energy auditor. It will be very hard for you to trace one. And our manufacturers, yes, for UMA, 55% are in Kampala, but we have a 45% out of Kampala. That's okay. If we need to get an energy auditor, we need to ship that auditor all the way from Kampala to come and do an energy audit here, and it's not going to come cheap. Now you can imagine for a small manufacturer, they will not do that. So you'll find out that out of the 80% of the manufacturer, about 10% do the energy audits. And then you require all of them to come on board. So it literally means that we are still low. Now I'm going to give you a small statistic. If you go and search energy efficiency ranking, Uganda doesn't feature. So actually in Africa, it is South Africa and Egypt that feature on the list of energy efficient countries. Why doesn't Uganda feature? Of course, we are in a transition phase. We have quite a number of manufacturers that are still transitioning from limited production to high production. But moving away from the technical capacity and finance, policy. Now, Uganda has a penalizing policy. Every time we are to put up a policy, we first find out how do we penalize. I was part of the people that reviewed the energy efficiency bill. But before you talk about incentivization, it talks about penalization. So in most countries, Germany is the most efficient country energy-wise. They have incentivization schemes, not penalization schemes. So we need to have a migration from penalization. You know, Ugandan laws are scary. They start mentioning words that scare money away from the economy. That's why we have, UMA has lost 40 of its manufacturers to Kenya, because Kenya is adopting more soft language instead of hard language. Instead of saying they penalize, they'll say we want to partner. So in Uganda, we still say, we're going to penalize you for not adopting energy efficient. So we need to move away from that kind of penalization policy to more of an incentivization policy. And the last point is on awareness. Yes, we have SNV, we have GIZ on board, and they're doing a lot of awareness. The problem is, just like Dr. Isabide said, we are still speaking English. I know everyone in this room understands what energy efficiency is. When you move out of this room, get out of Kampala, that is English, yes? We need to put energy efficiency in business. How can we change the word energy efficiency to mean business? Why? Because manufacturers look at how is money coming in and how is money going out. So if I change energy efficiency to maybe cost effectiveness, it might be a sound language to a business person as compared to the word energy efficiency. They still feel like that is English. I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilbert. You've really scared us with all these statistics you're throwing around. But again, it's good to know, and we know these hard facts. The issue I've been talking about is money, money, money. But now I want to think about it in another perspective. I want to go back to the youth on the panel. You know, you can either be very expensive or you can be very unique and innovative. So, as the youth on the panel, how do you sell to the manufacturers, sell to SMV, sell to GIZ, that they are, I don't say cheaper, but more cost-effective solutions? Because the youth has so many startups, they have so many things that are going on that we need to know about, but somehow we never get to know about them. So please, what is it that you need? What is the block that is refusing you from getting $1 million from SMV or $2 million from GIZ? What is it that we need to know to help you break through? And what are those small projects that you can use as examples of what is possible when you give youth the room to innovate and grow.
Thank you very much for that wonderful question. So I'll start by giving us context. If you look at this room, for example, 100% of us are youth, including Mr. Jacob and Engineer Birumaso. So when you look at the population of Uganda, we are over 50 million, right? And 75% are youth. And yet, the unemployment rate's as high as 13%. And according to UBOS, you have around 50% that are neither employed, educated, nor in training. And yet at the same time, we have this global transition into clean energy and energy efficiency. And if you look at reports, like one of the reports made by International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, they stipulate that green jobs, clean energy is going to provide up to 4.5 million green jobs by 2030. So when you come to the context of Uganda, very many businesses are losing billions of money in inefficient systems. So how can we tap into this opportunity? You know, energy efficiency is not all about saving energy, but we can look at it from an aspect of creating value. How can we come up with viable business models and innovate? Because I'm speaking as a young person, we are tech savvy, we have the digital skills, we were born in the era of Industry 4.0, which is industrial revolution that involves use of AI and this IoT. So how can we use all that, identify problems and challenges that these industries are facing, and then come up with viable business models? Now, for instance, as I mentioned, I run a water and energy company, and our focus is on providing innovative solutions that are going to revolutionize the water and energy industry in Uganda. And one of the products that we have developed is a real-time energy monitoring platform, which is called Watt Pulse. As you can see just at your back, there is a banner there. You can read more about it, and we shall be supplying and giving you brochures on what we do. So when you look at data, for example, data is very important in energy efficiency. Engineer Isabidia even mentioned that there's a problem to deal with data. Now, to measure is to know. If you cannot measure it, you can never improve it. That is a quote from Lord Kelvin Belfast in 1824. This is the 19th century, and these people knew the importance of data while our grandparents were rearing goats. And to date, how can we take these lessons and come up with solutions that are going to change and provide the change that we want to see? So Watt Pulse, for example, is an energy platform that is going to help facilities and industry understand their energy consumption in real time and then provide recommendations. We're going to couple it with AI coupled recommendations. And then with that, you'll be able to understand what exactly you can change to reduce on your energy costs. So the challenge that we have at the moment is that linkage.
Raymond, if I may,
yes.
Because you said you're youth, so I expect your answer to be more of a pitch. Imagine these are your potential clients. Now the floor is yours. I'm going to give all this opportunity to the youth. You have the ability to pitch, not only to SMV, not only to GIZ, that this is a solution for today. It is relevant for today. That is the money. Now come to the businessman here. He has the capacity or the capability to do energy efficiency. He just didn't understand it or he didn't appreciate it, whatever way you'd like to look at it. So you are pitching both to the money and to the businessman that you are the solution. Go.
Yes. Now you see, businesses don't necessarily need to sell more or produce more to make money. You can start by changing how you operate. If you operate efficiently, and one of those aspects and avenues is on energy, which comprises a very big portion of the cost of production in industry. So what if I told you that we have a solution that is going to cut up to 50% of your energy costs without even incurring capital costs? Because most of these changes are behavior changes. So what we do is we provide this kind of platform. You monitor your energy. For example, I can give you an instance. Our energy bill is based on time of use. So with our technology, you can understand how your energy is varying in a given month, and then by just shifting your loads, that's just a recommendation to shift your loads to off-peak time, you are going to save up to 50%, because when you look at the tariff, off-peak is half the price of peak. So with this kind of solution and other behavior change recommendations that will not involve any capital involvement, these industries will be able to grow and maximize on their profits in the shortest period of time with shorter payback periods than any other investment. So this is a very smart investment, and this system helps them make smarter and informed decisions. Now, when it comes to our partners, our development partners like SNV, GIZ, now, all these NGOs have very many offices, but I would want to ask, are they tracking their energy? How can these innovations be piloted in these institutions so that society can see the value that we're providing? How can we link and empower the youth? Because I'm amongst the few who was lucky to be involved in an energy empowerment program because of initiatives like those brought up by Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. That's why we need such kind of associations in this country, because the youth lack the skills that will be required to provide the innovations that are needed to revolutionize this industry. So after this meeting, or after this conference, I look forward to working with Mr. Jacob and all development partners. How can we pilot this technology in all their facilities? Because these are very big institutions and they have facilities across the country, but you may find that none is tracking their energy. And Engineer Isabre, in his opening remarks, mentioned how government alone is spending a lot of money on energy. They told us to look at that building behind us there at night. You'll find that all the lights are on. So how can we work with government with such innovations to help government reduce on their expenditure? Because this is taxpayers' money. So how can we work together with the youth to provide solutions that will empower this country and help us achieve our sustainability goals while growing GDP?
Thank you so much. That was a very brilliant answer. So members, are we willing to invest in Raymond here? I see you thinking. I see you thinking. I'll give the other youth on the platform pitch the fact that you can find a solution as the youth. You can innovate and problem solve. The floor is yours.
Once again, all protocols observed. Good morning. Initially, I'd presented already myself, my names, but then there are some other things I had to talk about because I'll be referencing to them during my discussion. I got an opportunity to act or be the president of the Association of Energy Engineers, Makerere University, that is the previous year, and I'm currently the head of the Scholarship and Awards Committee under the CWEL Uganda. Now, why am I saying that? There are opportunities that come along with us being in associations like this. The scholarship and award, it's not like I wanted to really be part of it, but it's because I'm part of the beneficiaries of the scholarships awarded by some of the association, and this was by Association of Energy Engineers and the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda. And this is, I think, one of the best opportunities personally, or any other person can gain from being part of this association. Anyways, now I'm back to the question. The question was addressing how individuals or students can get involved into this energy transition. First of all, I'm having different perspectives on how I think is hindering our participation or involvement in the energy efficiency and this energy transition. First of all, I'm having them categorized under two ways. The first one is the technical know-how, and the second one would be the sociological or awareness. First of all, in the technical know-how, we are looking at the technical and applied competencies, Many students here graduate, or even in other universities, with a lot of knowledge, theoretical one, not applied. And now when it comes to this energy, it's something that is new to the community, something that is new to the environment, something new to the nation. And there is currently no, okay, it could be there, but very limited awareness or teaching, like at the university level, whereby they talk about, or even having lectures, course units, being part of the energy efficiency. Now, these things are some of the things we are supposed to personally, or as students, embrace, maybe in the curriculum, or being introduced here in the curriculum, or in other aspects of institutions that come to give like trainings. I would give a good example. During my period, we organized an auditing session. This was specifically not to train the students, no? We are trying to communicate what a student is actually supposed to be, or what a student is actually supposed to think or understand how energy auditing is done, and maybe some other technical knowledge someone is supposed to be having. But unfortunately, students didn't, of course, know about energy efficiency, didn't know more about energy, something that's not taught in class at bachelor's level. Very few students turned up. But the one who turned up, they really appreciated, because it was open-eyed to everyone. Then another thing still on that technical know-how, at the start of this academic year, I had a call from some individual from UNREA, whose name I will not mention. He wanted students from the university, finalists, these ones that have just finished, and they were going to be working in some renewable project. But unfortunately, after submitting the CVs, none of them was competent. They lacked the skills. So I think that is something that is missing in the institutions. We can have maybe dedicated institutions or associations. I've seen an example of these Total Energies. These are their certificates they give. It's not like they're part of the curriculum, but they get a dedicated period of time. It could be like a week or two. They come and take a course or training. It's not that too much profession, but it's open-eyeing. Understand what is technically in the field and what you're supposed to be actually doing. So they come train you day to day. After 7 days, you earn a certificate. So some of these certificates are used by those companies under Total. These companies will be like, we need this kind of a certificate, such that you have prior experience or prior knowledge of what they're going to be training. Yes, we understand that some companies, they first take you some training, but at least you also need to be having some little knowledge about what you're going to be doing. So that is something that I look at, which is missing. Then another thing is the practical and innovation skills. During my tenure again, we had a challenge, an international one. It was called EFRA Challenge, if anyone knows about it. This challenge is organized by is sponsored by ICARE and Engineers Without Borders. And its main focus was using on some energy efficient technologies. We had the students, actually we had a number of students, but then I got one fascinating project. It was a very good innovative project. I may not mention it, but this technology was initially designed, or the student had an idea of having it operating on fuel. It's something that they got mentored within our lecturers, Dr. I forgot his name, sorry. They got mentored and then they found ways on how they can use some better energy sources and like solar. And they left out that big part of using the fuel in their technological energy provision. So that is the technical know-how or the knowledge that may be required to be implemented at university level so that students can understand what we are really going through. Then another thing is the sociology bit part of it. The sociology bit part of it is most of the students will really graduate from universities and we don't know where we're going to. Now, we have already established professions which are actually being taught at university levels. These professions, they are jobs we know, yes, but then getting there is really something very hard if you really don't have the right connections. That's what I can say. Now, imagine you're a student, this industry has just come up, they're telling you it has opportunities, but then you're not sure of what exact opportunities are there. Imagine that risk you're taking to focus on only energy, whereby you have no direction. I feel like we're missing a lot of awareness campaigns. This could be in events which are already actually going on. I really appreciate the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda that sponsors SNVGIZ for this, because it's really open-eyeing to most of our friends or colleagues at the university level. Then another most crucial and very important issue is internship. If you look at internship and students who do internships, most of the percentage of the students after university level are more focused in the field from where they did their internship from. I think we can all agree on that. The internship gives more direction to students on what they should be doing in their future compared to other factors. I can confirm that during my 2 internships that I've so far done, I can confirm that 100% of the students, no one worked in an energy company. 100% in my cohort. Something so worrying. We're looking into, we can have like signed MOUs with different student chapters, like the ones we've just created. Even if there are companies that come up and be like, we're going to be taking up only 2 students every internship, I feel like that's a very great start, or it will be a very improving factor, something of a sort. So I feel like those are the hindrances of us being involved into this transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. I think we've gone a bit more expansive than anticipated, but this is information we need to know. So, Jacob, I want to come to you. I know you have had a project from 2021 to 2025, which was more of approaching behavioral change, okay? And this was to figure out capacity building to support around, I think, 300 businesses, households, and youth, right? We're together. And from these experiences, what are the most important lessons? Because this is something, just piggybacking from what the previous speaker has spoken about. What are your experiences in terms of making energy efficiency for youth, in terms of making energy efficiency for businesses? And given the existing gap in finance, technology, and policy, what tools would you recommend in terms of scaling up? And how can the private sector, ministry, and your fellow donors contribute before any new law and regulation becomes fully functional? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I go to the lessons that we've learned as email project, Inclusive Markets for Energy Efficiency in Uganda, I'll first start by saying, how did we design this particular project? We did realize that if we are going to speak about energy efficiency, then there are 3 things involved. There is a human being, and so those are people. There is an appliance, or there is a technology that converts from one raw material to another product, and there are processes with it there. So that means that for anything that you want to do in energy efficiency, you need to appeal to the person who makes the decisions, and that's why we started to say, can we ensure that email, the first approach is about creating awareness, changing the minds. Secondly, as we change the minds, we then start to say, but you also require a skill to get the processes running. And that skill goes together with the mindset change, and that's where we came into the second approach of saying that we need to strengthen capacities. And once if you're strengthening capacity of an institution, there's capacity to be and capacity to do. So those were 2 areas of capacity that we were trying to do under email. But we also realized somebody has the right skills, he has the right mindsets, but of course it's prohibitive a little bit that sometimes financing out there is available, but at what cost? And then that's when we said, how do we address financing? Can we again be able to demonstrate that we can actually address financing by designing innovative financing mechanisms, like the results-based financing mechanism, but also the catalytic grants that then unlock what we would call the energy service company models, which could be a lease model for somebody not really to feel the weight of buying this item. So beyond the skill, the awareness, and then you're going to get the money on, we also realize for these things really to be sustainable, then we need institutions to come together, and those institutions to come together need to address two things: issues around policy, on standards, and issues around data to support planning at different levels. And so that's where we had the other strategy on strengthening institutions. And then if we're strengthening the collaboration among institutions, then you should be able to say, can we increase the availability of that data that we can use for decision making? And can we also be able to advocate for standards around the energy efficiency sector? But specifically trying to say, how do we promote the minimum energy performance standards for most of these appliances that we use, from air conditioning? They could be there, but how do we make the final person get to understand it? But also, when we keep saying awareness creation, there is no way my grandmother can know that this phone is energy efficient unless there is a simple level to show her. And that's why we're saying, can we be able to promote appliance labeling so that I should be able to say, this is an air appliance. I don't need to go to engineering school to tell that this appliance is energy efficient. It should be a market force to make me understand. And those are some of the things that we were promoting. But in promoting all that, so what were the lessons that we have learned? The very first lesson that goes on to behavior change, that without building the right mindsets, building the right skills, and ensuring that you have the right financing in place, then at the end of the day, you will not have those energy efficiency projects that will have the return of investment that you want. So we need to have the right skills, we need to have the right mindsets. So that means for any energy efficiency project, we then need to ensure that the intervention should factor in behavior change as a critical aspect of making it happen. Because if you have engaged in energy efficiency interventions, up to 15% of the savings is simply by shifting practices. And that comes from the mind. You don't put any money. So how do we get that? So that is the first lesson we learned. And no private sector person can go out there and put money that has been borrowed from the bank to create awareness. It's not feasible. So that means that the development actors, government, together with the industry association, needs to put much more effort to ensure that awareness creation is drummed until we get to the levels that we want. South Africa, Egypt came through awareness creation, deliberate, intentional. But beyond that, the other second aspect that we learned was around financing. That there is money available, but at what cost? But now in terms of unlocking financing for energy efficiency, through demonstrating models for financing, such as the lease models, which are the ESCO service company models, we were actually able to promote energy efficiency in 2T companies. And this were in billions of shillings of an investment. Because they said, now we are aware of this, but we do not have money and we cannot work to any financing facility. An ESCO company comes and says, your business is to make tea. My business is to supply you energy. So leave me with the business of energy. Let me take care of the risks. And mine is to ensure that I do the energy assessments, which are the energy audits. I determine for you what is much feasible for you. I will procure for you. But I've just looked through your bill, and your bill is 80 million per month. So what I only want is for you to pay me 40 million per month in my account as the potential savings. And you keep enjoying doing your tea. Which business won't run for that? Because he has already been paying 80 million as an OMEME bill, now the UEDCL bill, but now you just told him that just pay me 40 million out of that. And after span of the next 7 years, you will never be paying anything and you will continue enjoying the equipment. So two things have been solved. The lack of capacity to operate and maintain that technology, but also to keep stimulating behavior change in that company, but also the cost of financing that every Ugandan scratches the head and says financing is expensive. So again, through bringing in some of those innovative financing models, and I would love the Energy Efficiency Association of Uganda to keep promoting some of those innovative financing models as part of what you'll be championing as an association for some of your members. If it means learning from what has worked in other countries, it's quite better for us, because at no time will we have the cost of finance come to what you think is affordable. But we can make it affordable by bringing some of those financings that actually there is delayed payment of some of the costs in energy. The third angle, which was on the learning, was specifically around the area of policy. You realize that you cannot have any investment that cannot be supported, or any policy intervention that cannot be supported with data. So it is important that we have the right data at the right time for us to be able to advocate for any policy directions, but also to spur some of the investments we want in energy efficiency. If we asked right now that for all the commodities that we are promoting in this country, from dairy to tea to sugar, can you give us the specific energy consumption, which is simply saying, how much unit of electricity do I use to produce a kilogram of tea? We may not have. Do I use to produce a ton of steel? We don't have. So that if we avail that to you as UMA, then at the end of the day, the directors are able to make decisions with data and saying, by the way, do you know that to produce a kilogram of tea in Rwanda is simply just 1 unit? But for us to produce a kilogram of tea is 4 units. And then you start to know how inefficient you are. So that was one of the key areas we said, if we want to take energy efficiency to that level, data is critical. And again, EEAU, you're well positioned to ensure, together working with the ministry, to ensure that can we have some bit of research through the students. This is an opportunity for you. This is an opportunity for my brother here to just say, how do we work with the ministry, with the association, to already start profile data for each commodity in the country, in the tea sector, in the built environment sector, in the hotel sector. Say, for you to be energy efficient in cooling and the rest, you should be able to use this and that, so that somebody should be able to benchmark. For the work that we've done under EMEU, I can comfortably tell you that if you invested $1, either at a household level or at an SME level, you're likely to have a return of 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times, nothing less than that. So that means for every dollar you invest in energy efficiency, the returns are very attractive. So it's just us now to say, what are those opportunities, and address the issues that we're talking about. Data. Once we by the way address data, even money, we start to see it flowing through. Because the money people are much more interested in seeing, does this data make sense for me to make the money? So through the ministry, together with the association, that is one of the key learnings that we've seen there. Yes. And finally, it's us, ourselves again, that we are aware of these things, we do these things, but each of us wants to do in his own silo. And we're simply saying, can we do this together? Can we share some of these models that have worked? If we want to see the scale that we want to see, the impact that we want to see. So that institutional coordination is very critical to ensure that at the end of the day, we achieve the right energy savings that we want to see. Because we are simply saying, beyond money, we're enhancing energy security. And that is the big picture that we want to see. So those are some of the critical learnings that we've had. And I believe from those learnings now, the 10 years of the Energy Efficiency Association, they will be positioned to say, as members working together with the ministry, how do we get to take this to another level? If we want to see energy efficiency somewhere, and we want to see Uganda in the map, so that the next time Gilbert goes to search for. We appear somewhere there. We can start from the 100th position, but we keep climbing up. And that is where we want to see. Then we shall start to see UMA members getting competitive and getting a little bit more resilient, because sometimes if we keep saying tariff, it may not be cost effective. But energy efficiency is much more cost effective.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Let's give him a round of applause. I've been informed our time is fast spent, so what we're going to do is have one final statement for the members before I hand over to the MC for the Q&A. Quickly, in terms of passing shots, just quickly. I'm going to end with Gilbert here, and I'm going to start with engineer, because what the parting shot is going to relate to what Gilbert is going to hint upon. Last month, we were informed, I want to mention the company, came to UMA telling us that ever since UEDCL took over, in the last month, they've lost $1.5 million US in terms of wastage because of power outages, okay? And they don't understand what they can do in terms of energy efficiency to make up for that loss, okay? This is a tricky question, but this is going to give members in the room a bit of gravitas to understand. So I want you to give this person a solution from your point of view. Is GIZ, what would you recommend? How can they make their system more energy efficient? Because at the end of the day, as a manufacturer, it's about the bottom line. If someone loses 1.5 every month, end of the year, they're going to be out of business. So I want to start with engineer, Raymond, Jacob, and finally, we'll end with Gilbert. These are our parting shots, so make it count, and I'm sure people will get Q&A from there. The floor is yours, engineer.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll talk as a development partner. So as GIZ, we are big on sustainability. So if we're introducing an intervention, how is it going to move on even after 10 years when GIZ is not in the market? So I'll still emphasize, like today we're making 10 years for the Energy Efficiency Association. Some of us were here. I see my former boss, Solomon, who was there. It was an emotional moment 10 years ago in the formation of this association. So I believe in working together with the private sector, empowering them to implement all the solutions with or collaborate in any form with the private sector to ensure the sustainability of our operations. And to the question that you gave on how can that young man foster their loss, of course, as someone from SMV mentioned, and also the young engineer, you can't know the loss unless you measure. You should have the data. Someone talked about data. Have the data, be able to measure, and then you're able to know whether you're making a loss or you're making a profit, and then you can proceed on what energy efficient recommendation to go for, whether it's an efficient motor, where it is an efficient cooling system. So you have to go through the processes, and also working with the qualified professionals. We've trained certified energy professionals, certified energy auditors, so you have to work with the professionals to support you, be able to save the energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Raymond?
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen, for that wonderful question that is actually practical and speaks to what we're experiencing in this country. It's such a tragedy that this company, out of 1 million actually plus businesses, are suffering because of this kind of situation we're in. But what I can advise that company is, most of the companies will rush to decentralization, whereby they would rush to renewable energy, and that is in particular solar. But what I can tell them is, before you rush to sizing your renewable energy system to solve this kind of issue, first ensure that first make sure that you install or have better equipment or work on your efficiency first. So the thing is, I would advise them and implore them to contact us and work with them, study their demand, recommend measures on how they can reduce on their energy consumption, and then with that, they can have a well-sized solar system. But we have a situation whereby people rush to size these energy systems without first reducing on their energy use, and that affects their capital costs, and it even affects their returns and makes the situation worse. So that's what I can say, but my parting shot is, as a youth in this country, the future is just not ours, but we are the driving force of the energy transition in this country. All we want is empowerment and the right partnerships to drive this forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jacob?
All right, to that specific challenge, before I put the parting shot, Raymond has really put it very right. That if we want to build resilience and bounce from any shock, that is a shock to that company. The first thing is, can we become cost effective? So the first cost effectiveness is, can we study how efficiently are we utilizing energy efficiency, energy? And now after that, then make those recommendations, and now goes you to the next aspect of saying, now that you know where you are wasting energy, can you now start to diversify your energy sources to build their resilience? So they can now think of diversification after first knowing where the wastage is. They could diversify into solar as an energy source. They could diversify into other sources of energy. But before that, let's first start with energy efficiency, because the majority of them have made mistakes of diversifying fast. And then once you diversify fast without energy efficiency, then you actually bring a trailer to pull a Toyota Vitz, so which is not the right thing to do. So first start with energy efficiency, so that instead of you hiring a trailer to pull a Toyota Vitz, you should just even be just hiring a tuk-tuk to pull it, and that should be the approach they should take.
Jacob, now you're making fun of us who drive it, sir?
No, not
okay.
Really. That's just an example. So now my parting shots. For us to make change, I think each of us here has a responsibility of enhancing our own capacities and the capacities of the institutions that we work with in the areas of energy management, and doesn't need rocket science. It's just about this: switch off that light when it's not in use, turn off their air conditioner when it's not in use. It's as simple as that, beyond even the technical measures. And secondly, we need to collaborate. Can we keep building those partnerships? Sometimes we speak to ourselves, and the financing institutions are not aware of what we're speaking for, and yet we need money from them. We speak to ourselves, and the other guy who is quoting the Bible in church is not aware. If we had given him the message, he could actually craft the sermon of the day to speak about efficient utilization of energy, as Genesis speaks about it. Yes, and you see minds being transformed there, because he transforms lots of things. So that's why let's build capacities, let's collaborate to make this happen across all sectors, and we will achieve this in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. My last remark will be very brief. I'm going to be talking about the student level. I feel like everything will start from us understanding that from first principles, everything. And how is this achieved? The trainings will be my main focus, and then the practice in it through internships. I think that will give us a benchmark for where to start from, such by the time a student leaves university and someone talks about working in an energy company, energy efficiency, someone knows where to start from. And this will make everything move in the right sense.
Thank you so much. Gilbert, finally. What they're saying, is it relevant to you as a manufacturer? Are you in the right direction? And what are your parting shots?
Thank you. And thank you for the submissions. Now, there is one thing I want all of us to understand. There is one thing called trust. Manufacturers we can hear everything that has been said. But the one thing that exists is trust on the grid. The first thing that will always happen when someone is doing an investment is, do I have a power line? That's the first thing. So manufacturers exist because they trust that there is a grid. We can't give these manufacturers options. They say, okay, invest in solar, invest in a generator, invest in everything. But the first thing that we do is trust the grid. That is why you'll find out that when we are having outages, we are shouting so much. Why? Because the grid is breaking our trust. So, I'll go to one thing. For the meeting that the chairman here is talking about, there is a manufacturer that said, we invested in the standby generator to help us with outages. But right now, the standby generator has become the main source of power. Why? Because we are having a lot of fluctuations and outages. And personally, I cannot advise manufacturers to invest in solar, I'm sorry. I cannot. The one thing that I can advise is government. I can tell government, green the grid. Invest in solar farms. There are quite a number of solar farms around. I cannot tell my manufacturers to invest in solar farms, I'm sorry. I cannot. I can only tell them, push government to green the grid. The grid is already green. We have 93% of power coming from the grid. From hydro, which is okay. But the one thing I can push is for grid. Why is it? It's because of the term called intermittency of power. You see, it has really worked out well for the tea sector. Why? Because they're not electricity intensive. I have my manufacturers in the steel sector. The steel sector transitioned from the use of coal kilns to the use of electric kilns to green their products. And one thing that they were looking at is, I am going to be in position to access a lot of power. Now, if I am to tell a steel sector manufacturer to invest in solar, I don't know how much money that will be. And the payback period will be forever. And there is no single manufacturer that operates on the term forever. They operate on finite time. So if I'm to tell a manufacturer of steel, they will not agree. And because why? When we are producing steel, 40% of the total costs of production go to power alone. So if such a manufacturer is to put up a solar power plant, they will need to put up a power plant of, say, 2 megawatt. That's a lot of money. And that is money that government can invest. So my parting shot will be, let us invest more in the grid. Yeah, I know we are giving UEDCL a chance, and it's making a lot of investment, which we believe is going to materialize very soon. But one thing happens is there is no country that has developed when manufacturers invest in decentralized solar systems, or when manufacturers are investing in their own power systems. It is not there. You can Google. Industries have developed because they have trusted the grid, and we are, as manufacturers, we are going to push. I don't know why government wasn't here. And it was a good thing, Dr. Renawe. So the one thing that we are going to always do is push for two things. We need power. It has to be reliable, and it doesn't have to fluctuate. And we need it now. And we need it cheap. When we started the push for cheap power way back in 2018, government thought it wouldn't give us the 5 US cents. Guess what? It gave us the 5 US cents. So the small manufacturers that produce small consumer goods can, yes, invest in these solar systems or other renewable. I think it's solar systems. But when it comes to heavy-duty manufacturing, there is no manufacturer that is going to invest in a solar system. I don't want to sound like Trump, but no.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. I think we can do better than that. Allow me, I'm handing over to the next head of the panel, Mr. President. But allow me, Mr. President, in my humble ability standing here, to ask you to take a picture of the panelists before they step down. I've also been informed we're going to have a Q&A after the next panel, so please be noting down the question. Mr. President, the panelists wanted a quick picture with the president before they step down and before I hand over to you. So you can humbly make your way here. Mine is just to say one thing as the president is walking up here. For those who are into energy, it should come not as a shock, but as a realization that by 2027, we won't have enough power as a country. So this is a very big shock, but also a very good opportunity. What can we do? That means we have to talk to one another. We have to find out solutions for this great country. So, Mr. President, a quick picture, then I hand over to you. Another round of applause for our panelists.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's give it up for the panelists and the moderator. Thank you very much. Let's have a group pick. Let's do a group pick. Then we have a gift bag for all the panelists.
Yes, Mr. President, also on top of the picture, you're going to give our panelists a gift bag. So, yes. Mr. President, am I allowed to be part of this picture as well? Or
yeah, sure.
Thank you. Sure.
Well, thank you. That was. Okay, let's appreciate them as they stepped on. Yes, I'm going to. Oh, Raymond, let's have the gifts. Okay, as it's okay, just give the gifts in any way, really. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to be requesting 2 people to remain behind. That's engineer and okay, the money bags. The money bags should stay behind because I think the economy is not doing so well. So we need to have more engagements with them. Or now we can stabilize the economy. And as they do the gifts, I have a special announcement for us. I've been told that this is our lunch coupon for today. Yeah, but this what I'm holding is our lunch coupon for today. So there's a gentleman behind who is just doing a scanning. Okay, all they do is just once he does the scanning, that will be enough for you to access your lunch. So feel free anytime. Walk behind towards after the second session. Let your tag be scanned so that you enjoy the lunch. I'm going to invite the second batch of the panelists. Because of time, I'm not going to read their profiles because most of them have very long profiles. Yes, Jacob and Tim can take your seats. Joining the panel, we're going to have a gentleman online. Is either is in US or in Ghana. It's called. The name is quite really complex. ING Ismaila Uyafe. Ismaila, are you able to hear us? Hello, Ismaila. We're just doing a quick mic check and sound check. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Hi, everyone.
Oh, hi. That's great. Yes. Joining our panelists, we should have a Sumaya in the house. Give it up for Sumaya. Okay, we're having another energy enthusiast in the house. She's called Susan Mbabazi. Let's give it up for Susan Mbabazi. I am not seeing Professor. Okay, Professor stepped out, but once she steps in, we'll get started. Okay, I've been advised that since Professor is out, we're going to have Engineer Birmo Maso from the ministry. Please join the panel. And over to you, Isaac.
Thank you very much, Tony. Let's give a round of applause to Tony, please. We are standing between lunch, so this is a very difficult session. And so I warn the panelists, please try and be as brief and straight to the point as possible. I'll get straight to the first question, and it is to Ismaila Waifa, who is actually the AEE Regional Vice President for Africa. He's also an energy carbon credit financing expert, so the aspects of financing is going to address them very well. The first question, given AEE's global standardization and technical expertise, how can AEE help establish robust certification, measurement, reporting, and verification? MRV, you had if you are not able to attend, but the commissioner mentioned that there is a need for us as an association to support with the development of MRV standards in Uganda, but also how can AE support with attracting carbon credit financing for energy efficiency and clean energy projects? Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to send my warm greetings to everyone, and also for the opportunity to join this very important event. I would say that this is a great event that is being organized, and listening to the panel discussion so far actually gives me the strong assurance that indeed there is a lot of effort being done by professionals, stakeholders like everyone here to promote energy efficiency in Uganda. So just to go back to the question. Now, I want to thank you again. When we talk about unlocking carbon crediting financing in Africa, the foundation is trust. And I was happy to hear one of the panelists actually highlighting this. The foundation actually is trust. And trust comes from strong certification, measurement, reporting, and verification systems. And this is exactly where the Association of Energy Engineers add value. So I'll just briefly talk about 5 areas where I believe that we can collaborate in terms of AEE, the local chapter, Uganda AEE chapter, and also stakeholders like GIZ, the Manufacturers Association of Uganda, the governments, and even institutions can collaborate so that we can build trust in the ecosystem to attract climate financing. So the first thing that we need to look at is standardizing competence. During the earlier discussion, one of the panelists indicated that we have few energy auditors and energy managers in the country. So now the question is, if you want to roll out, energy auditing programs across industrial institutions or maybe building facilities, where can we get these professionals to do so? And in terms of standardization, how do we get it? So it is very important that we look at standardizing competence and AE global certifications in certified energy management, certified energy audit, and certified measurement verification professionals set the benchmark for energy and MFV excellence. And as part of that, partnership with Uganda ministries, universities, professional bodies can create national registry of certified professionals. And this can be very, very helpful when you want to carry out energy audits or maybe verify projects, energy saving projects. You already have a registry where you can just fall on and get these professionals to get these work done. Then the second thing is we need to strengthen MRV systems. So if we can standardize competence, then we need to look at how we can strengthen MRV system. And AE can help align Uganda's MRV system with ISO 50001 and 14064, and as well as the GAG protocol, which I'm sure most practitioners in this space are very familiar of. Then we can also train local experts. So like the youth leader was talking about, jobs and how we can bring on board the youth, to actively participate in this area. We need to build capacity. So this is a great opportunity, especially knowing that Uganda has a young population. If I heard it correctly, talking about 70 or 75% of the population is youth, and this is a great opportunity to build local expertise so that we can promote ownership of these things. Then we also need, as part of strengthening MRA system, ensure readiness for Article 6. I was just reading about your recent launching of the carbon market regulation framework. I've not seen the actual document, but I was reading on the UNDP website, and that is a good thing to do. Ghana and many countries are very, very much, into this. Ghana has actually started, and we are doing so well in terms of Article 6 implementation and active participation in the voluntary carbon market. So if we can integrate the strengthening of MRV systems into Article 6 and voluntary carbon market, I'm sure that will be a good collaboration that we can look together. Then the third thing is building local capacity, which I actually highlighted in my earlier point, and I wouldn't want to spend so much. But what I want to highlight is that I want to propose that Uganda consider establishing an energy and carbon academy, okay, so that you can co-manage with national institutions. If I think we can scale up, training programs in this manner, then we can get more youth coming on board, and we can even get more jobs being created. So this is something which I believe we can work collaboratively. And the next, but not the least, thing we can look at is how do we link MRV integrity to finance? This is very, very much important. I made mention about trust. So for investors, they want to make sure that whatever they are investing in have guaranteed returns, okay? And they want to see transparency at play. They want to make sure that any risk, has mitigation measures in place. And all these things are very much important if you want to actually attract climate finance. So investors fund what they can measure and verify. If they can't measure and they can't verify, then unfortunately they are not going to actually fund. So what can we do to link MRV integrity to finance? Then AE frameworks provide data integrity and technical assurance. So for Uganda, for instance, there are 7 certified measurement and verification professionals in the country, and they can attest to the fact that the framework used by AE in certification trainings are very robust, and these framework can actually be adapted by Uganda, and it can be used by way of linking MRV integrity to financing. Then also we can position Uganda as a trusted carbon credit destination with verifiable emission reduction. So this is about reputation, and if with all of you being aware that AE is an international organization, has high integrity and well known, I believe that if we can collaborate, Uganda and AEE, I'm sure that can help enhance trust in a carbon credit destination. Then the last one has to do with regional and global networks. And for AEE, AEE has footprints in a number of countries in Africa or sub-Saharan Africa, so to speak. So Ghana has an AEE chapter, Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya. We have even Mauritius and even Uganda. And now we are talking about Tanzania. And all of these are coming on board. And these are enablers for peer learning and regional MRV harmonization. So I talked about Ghana already having its carbon market framework in place, and there are a lot of lessons learned that can be shared. And these things are by way good opportunities that Uganda can leverage on and help, actually attracting climate financing. Then we can also look at harmonizing systems and make African carbon credit credible, comparable, and tradable. So we don't just have to talk about generating the carbon credits, but are these carbon credits being said to be credible? Can we compare them to similar, credit being generated in other parts of sub-Saharan Africa or Africa or in the global south? And for these credits to, are they tradable? So talking about, hearing colleagues talking about manufacturing, when you produce and you can't trade, then there is no business. So we need to look at the kind of projects that we do in energy efficiency and also in clean energy, are these projects additional in Article 6? Or when you are talking about carbon credits, there are criteria that you need to look at. It's not just for you to be implementing projects. The projects that you are actually implementing, the question is the GHG reductions, are they additional? Can we say they are permanent? What kind of robust quantification of the carbon crediting generated can be established? So these things are very, very much important if you want to say you want to trade globally. Then, whilst I wrap up, in short, AE bridges technical credibility and financial viability. With standardized certification and MRV systems, I believe that Uganda can confidently step onto the global carbon finance stage where every ton of CO2 reduction is real, measurable, and trusted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand clap to Engineer Wifey. I've been advised that Engineer Merab and Jacob need to leave, so I'm going to ask their questions to allow them to step aside for another session. To Engineer Jacob, already you mentioned and had an extensive conversation on the aspect of the email project. And from your perspective as an implementing partner in the email project, from what has been shared from Engineer Waife, what financing innovations or carbon credit linkages have worked or can work to de-risk energy efficiency investments for SMEs and households? And then could SNV help aggregate multiple, maybe energy efficient cook stoves or projects in that area into carbon credit programs to lower the transaction costs?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The carbon discussion is always a deep one, and there are lots of issues involved in it. But first, for starters, for us all to understand that every carbon credit is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions, and that is 1,000 kilograms. So if we sell a cook stove for an energy efficient cook stove, for an example, then you should be able to count how many cook stoves will generate you up to 1,000 kilograms of CO2 emission reductions. But at SNV level, as a facilitator in the market, we work with the private sector companies who are either in clean cooking, who could be selling energy efficient cook stoves, and those particular energy efficient cook stoves could be for households or for institutions. They have undergone one functionality test, but they have also undergone emission tests by the different entities in Uganda. So that means for purposes of ensuring that this data is reliable, each of those companies will have to invest in robust data collection. And that data has to be validated. And that is when actually they can be able to register a carbon credit for that sale. But we've supported actually one company, and that is Up Energy, that is generating financing from carbon credits. So they have quite a number of, what I would say, lessons learned in ensuring that you have that data that is trusted with communities. In most of us in Uganda, once we buy an item and somebody follows you with some bit of a checklist to pick your data, you simply say, I've used my money. Why do you need my data? And so some of those are the challenges in the field. But now, in terms of carbon financing to the end user, it actually offsets the price. So a company like Up Energy will tell you, I'm selling an EPC at 200,000, but actually the market price is supposed to be 300,000. And for you to buy it at 200,000, can I just take details of your usage, and can I be able to come back home after 2 months, 1 year, and still converse with you how your usage is, and then how you're finding the use of this particular technology. And that's the only way they can be able to register those carbon credits. But transparency is critical, and trust is critical. And for us as a facilitator in the market, that's the kind of information we will give for the private sector to benefit, but also ensure that their final clients benefit. But for me, is one area where there's a huge potential for us to finance the energy efficiency sector, because in the end, as we save costs, we are actually saying we have also saved this particular, or avoided this particular amount of CO2 emissions. Supposing we take an extra step and ensure that we've measured and we've validated and we have proper systems in place coordinating with different institutions and ensuring that this is recorded and traded, then actually the companies that we're supporting with the energy audits, with the implementations, beyond the cost savings, can also be able to then to benefit from that kind of carbon financing. So to us, as again, the facilitator in the market, we try to strengthen capacities around this area, but also start to work with the ministries and say, how do we strengthen the measurement, reporting, and verification systems? And how are they traceable and trusted by these people? And that is the only way we can access, because that is the principle around which that access will happen, among others.
Very well said. Can we give a hand clap to Jacob, please? He has actually talked about the aspect of data integrity that Engineer Waife mentioned, and the fact that there is a need to have a framework in place. And as an association, we working with AEE, we want to provide that solution to the sector. The next question is to Engineer Merab. GIZ around the world has supported ESCO models, especially performance contracting models, that are also backed by carbon credits and sometimes by energy saving certificates. In your opinion, what models, can those models be adopted in the Ugandan context, and how can GIZ support that transition into those kind of projects?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question, and I'm glad to be part of this panel with more ladies. Yeah, so I feel good that we have more ladies on the panel. Back to the question, I'll answer it talking about what we are doing currently as GIZ in country, and then picking also from other examples from Egypt, Thailand, India, Morocco, and Tunisia. So in country, we have a global, I'll try to break it down. It's not my area of expertise, but I'll try. So in country, we're implementing in the energy and climate cluster, the Global Carbon Markets Program. The objective of this program is to strengthen the capacity of private sector and public sector players in the development of market-ready climate action instruments. And these are for national and regional use. So this is a regional program within 5 countries. And also, it also works on building the capacity on market readiness for the private sector and also on climate finance. So this is the area where we're supporting in Uganda in the private sector. So moving on to the other examples for GIZ in maybe Africa and maybe also Asia. So we have in Thailand, India, and also Egypt, we are having the energy performance certificates, which aggregate multiple energy efficiency projects into one investment vehicle that guarantees energy savings, and then this repays from the achieved performance. So this is a model that has been used in these countries. Then moving on to the common ones, the white certificates, they're also called energy saving certificates, which these are tradable through verified energy savings. And here we have pilot projects for implementation of such certificates in Tunisia and in Morocco. And these are voluntary pilot programs that are being done. So if you need further information, I can provide later in a one-on-one. And also, maybe generally, one of the other models that we are using is supporting the financial institutions and the ESCOs in being able to develop MRV templates and also integrated carbon credit lines to be able to support the markets in preparation for these projects. So I will focus on that. If you need further information, I will be, you can reach out to me in the lunch break. I beg to leave right now. I'm going for another session.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand clap to Engineer Merab. We are going to invite two new panelists as Jacob and Engineer Merab step down. Professor Robina Nanyunja from WEFA, step up please. And Mr. Fred Tohere from UECCC, please step up to the podium. The next question is to another lady who is very special in the sector, especially she's known as Mama Minigrids, Simaya Mohammed. Despite the progress on women remaining underrepresented in the energy auditing and ESCO leadership and technical roles, from your experience as a practitioner and prominent woman in energy, what practical actions can be taken to bring more women into the energy efficiency value chain as entrepreneurs, engineers, or even trainers?
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I hope it's still afternoon. It's afternoon, right? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. The first thing I want to say is there are women in the sector. I think we need to make an emphasis that on every panel you need to have a minimum of 2 women. Yes. That's a start as an association. That's my first recommendation, because if we don't, we need to lead by example, right? You are asking how do we create opportunities? Something as simple as how many women do I have on a panel? Can I get 2? And the reality is there are women in the sector. I even implore you to invite the youth, because the youth will come with a very different perspective. I really enjoyed, having the 2 youth on the previous session. It just gave a very fresh, perspective. The second part is we also need to ensure that the sector that we are in, is it creating opportunities and employment? I hate to, dampen the mood, but how many of you would want to work for free or for low wages? Any show of hands? My panelists? Mr. Moderator? Exactly. So the reality is, if the sector, as everyone says, energy audits are expensive, companies don't really understand the value, there's a long way to go. The first thing is the sector needs to identify and unlock, the opportunities that will create a robust and a thriving, let's call it, economy and ecosystem. I like, what Engineer Ismailia has highlighted. Uganda has got a very good, carbon framework. I believe it's one of the few countries that has also, established a policy. It has a dedicated unit. The country has already tapped into, carbon credits with, clean cooking. So MRV is a great opportunity for, the association to promote and to ensure, that we open up those trainings and get, our not just female colleagues, but youth and other engineers certified so that they can tap into those opportunities. I also want to say that while energy auditing is important, energy auditing can already be automated. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we also need to realize that with the increase and the access and affordability of technology, you're going to find that a job that was done by, let's say, 2 engineers, you can have 1 engineer doing 10 buildings by themselves, and that's just the reality. So energy audits are important, but you're going to find that through metering and through other optimized measures, the money is not really lying there from a sector's perspective. But in order for you to be an MRV specialist, you also need to understand energy auditing. And then you've got to also get CEM, because now you also need to be a practitioner. Because you can't go and measure, report, and verify, which is what MRV stands for. So you ultimately, an auditor. You can't audit something that you don't understand. So I also want to say that, you've got to appreciate that you as an engineer, you've got to train yourself, you've got to expose yourself. But for us who is in the sector, what are those market opportunities? How do we, add value is the word that I heard, from the previous panels. And if the value is not through energy auditing, I'm not saying that it's not important. We need to have people trained. We need to, ensure that companies are accessing the technology. So you're going to find that, as Raymond previously said, most people are going to opt for, metering subscriptions instead. Yeah. That is, another entrepreneurial opportunity. But again, I want to emphasize, in order for more women to participate, women also need to show up for opportunities. If you don't show up, if you don't show interest, then you are also, foregoing an opportunity to someone else. I mean, I want you to actually, ask Raymond, what was his journey into the sector? Raymond just showed up and he said, I want to participate and I want to do an energy efficiency project. He ended up, becoming my intern. We weren't even doing projects in Uganda, but we figured out a way, to expose him, and that is how, we exposed him to energy efficiency projects. And you can ask him. It was an eye-opener, but the fact that they showed up, I mean, they weren't even being paid. And that is where, some of us also need to ask ourselves, is money always, the final answer, or is me gaining access, learning, getting mentorship, and exposure important? So for me, there's two things that we need to do. For us in the sector, we need to push harder and we need to unlock markets that is going to lead, to thriving and sustainable opportunities. But I'm also appealing to, not just the women, but to the youth in general, show up for opportunities. Because if you aren't, standing there and saying, hey, I'm ready, to participate, I'm ready to learn, then you are also, doing yourself a disservice. I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Sumaya. And taking that advice, I got that advice also from my mentor. That, please, yes, clap for her. That the best way to sell yourself is to volunteer. Nobody is going to know what you can do until you're willing to put yourself out there and show what you can do. And this leads me to the question to Ms. Susan Mbabazi. Given energy efficiency and cook stove projects can generate carbon credits, as Sumaya has said, how can Sewell put itself out there, for lack of a better word, to structure EEE projects or energy efficiency projects that qualify for this carbon financing, thereby increasing women engagement but also incomes? What are the key capacity gaps among women in the energy efficiency, entrepreneurship, and the sector itself? And how can these finance models be included into support and also in training?
Okay. Thank you, Moderator and President. First of all, Sewell is part of a bigger group, Association of Energy Engineers. And it is just one way that the Association of Energy Engineers tries to help a diverse expertise of members in the energy sector, in the environmental sector. And as well, we are mandated to collaborate, we contribute, and even mentor. So, using what we are mandated to do, our mission, to look out for the women in energy, the upcoming professionals in energy and environmental leadership. So we are trying to create career advancement, career development, mentorship, great networking, visibility for the women and upcoming professionals. So with that, we can try to look at the women groups, we look at women cooperatives, and with our mission, try to create a network. So through networking, we can create those groups and also connect the groups to the potential funders, potential developers, and then that can manage to bring in the women into the sector. It can empower them to become productive, to contribute to a bigger impact of sustainable development and overall to be visible on the globe. So through that, he's asking that how can SWEL position itself? So like I said, we help in career advancement, career development, and also mentorship. So we can do this through the networking, like I've said, and then also creating partnerships with development partners and MOUs, for example, SNV. So through them, we can take our proposals, our concepts, and then we can go down to the professionals, the upcoming ones, and already those that are already in the energy and the environmental sector, and try to come together to see how we can push on and develop those projects. Cook stoves are just an example of energy efficient projects that create impact through using less fuel and trying to have to reduce on emissions from households, and then also having a greater impact on people's health like that. So we can't say that they are all separate. It's just one of the projects. And then other projects are in solar, creating decentralized systems and all that. So having a network between the professionals, the development partners, and other stakeholders. Then also, after having that networking session with the women, we can go on, push it to the policy level, advocate for an influence. So you have to engage with the policy developers, policy regulators. So through that, you're trying to create the women to move on. And then we can help the groups, the women groups, to aggregate. For example, I'll bring on that most of the women entrepreneurs are having projects that are small scale. You find someone is involved in cook stoves, another group they are involved in supplying maybe energy efficient equipment. So as SWEL, we can try to create mentorship for those women. We network, we aggregate, we bring them together so that they can create sizable projects. So we can say maybe a program of activities that are well packaged for investment in carbon financing. And then everyone has been saying awareness, awareness, awareness. So looking at most of the women entrepreneurs, there's less technical knowledge in business, technical knowledge in how to interface with the carbon markets and how to access the financing. So as part of the mission for SWEL, we can tap into that, create workshops, create, say maybe study tours for the women and upcoming professionals. And then we can even engage with more knowledgeable people, experts in the area, so that people learn about the carbon markets, learn about which projects are available, how can they package them, then how do they even do the data collection, the reporting, the verification, because all those are required when you're trying to package your project for carbon financing. So you need to do that MRV people are talking about. So that's how SWEL can come in, and the gaps really, they are just involved in what we are doing because we are trying to address those gaps, which I've said it's awareness, technical knowledge, and then financing, accessibility, business skills. So as we try to network, to mentor, create study opportunities, scholarships to bring women into that technical area, we are trying to address those gaps, and those gaps are being addressed. Then the financing models that can try to be used to include the training, how to address the gaps. We look at blended finance, whereby we can have grants and then we do results-based. Grants can be used at the initial stage, whereby you find they give you a grant to start up something, but then they start billing you result-based. Like what you produce is what they pay, but they supported you at the beginning. Then we can have those specialized financing. Specialized financing, I mean, like if you're going to take up an energy efficient project, and then we have those grants really that are specific for particular projects, and those projects, they can involve, say, training. They can blend it with the training. Say, we are giving this grant for the startup for this specific project, but for you to access it, you need to have training in this and this and this. So that kind of financing can even have that component in it, that you're required to have training in this, and it can be separate, that like interface with some projects whereby we have training as a must within the project, train the end users, train the people involved, so kind of that financing. Then looking at the loans, we can create, if the development partners could create like a revolving fund, could be called like a revolving loan, that is to help the women in energy efficiency projects, in that when you access the loan, you repay at with a lower interest, but then it keeps there. It's a fund that everyone else will come and borrow in. So when you pay, another person will come and borrow, use that same money. So with the interest and the principal paid back, meaning the fund keeps growing. So even we have more scalable projects coming up for energy efficiency. And then maybe lastly, I could say we can tap into the carbon developers themselves coming up, and then they look out at, say, programs. So if well we have created a program of activities with the women, then we could front it, try to do a collaboration with the development partners, and then they could come up, fund such kind of projects. And then how they gain their pay is through the outcome. So they will develop, yes, the ladies and women will learn from it, so it is paid, and by the time they earn what they invested in, the women have gained knowledge. They are used to how to access the funders. They know which people to approach, and that can really address that gap of knowledge.
Thank you very much. Can we give a hand clap to her? I think it's Mohammed Yunus in his work on developing microfinance that discovered that women can be trusted more when developing such schemes that she's mentioned. If we're talking about energy revolving funds, his experience is that the women can be trusted more to develop such small funds to even bigger capital outflows that can support energy efficiency projects. And Professor Rubina, your work with the Women Entrepreneurship Forum Africa has provided opportunities for not just women but also youth to have linkages with partners and technology developers. And what, in your opinion, is the way that WEFA can partner with carbon market aggregators or platforms to channel carbon revenue directly to women and entrepreneurs investing in some of the projects that she's mentioned?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. First, I would like to congratulate you upon the 10 years in existence and also for inaugurating the CWIL. I'm happy really to be part of this inaugural ceremony. Before I go to your question directly, I'll give a brief background of how I started. I like to share that because it would inspire a lot of women, youth, and also students as well, who I think are the majority here. So when I started Pilot International in my mid-20s after university, I ran it for like over 10 years, working on different projects. I'm an environmentalist, by the way, and an international development expert. So my work originally was typical science, biodiversity, and that kind of thing. But you know, when you venture into the private sector, you really come to reality. The streets shape you. The conversations like these and the people's needs. So down the road, also about after 10 years, in the last 5 years, I noticed that my initiatives and whatnot, programs, were not attracting many women. They say, oh, but you are always with men. How do you manage? You know, that kind of fear. And these are corporates. But also, I managed to get some exposure, of course. I've traveled a lot worldwide in relevant fora. I've been in the World Economic Forum, in Davos, and many others. So I learned, I see powerful women there. And then I would say, how did these women do it? You see, they are also here, you know, sharing lessons and learning. So I noticed that these women movements, maybe in Uganda, they're a bit new, especially development-oriented. I say, no, I have a challenge in my company, not really attracting women to engage in there, although they are there. So what do I do? And that's when I came up with WEFA, the Women Entrepreneurship Forum Africa. It's about 5 years ago, and pilot is getting to almost 20 years. But now the WEFA, I'm known as President WEFA. The women thing has really caught up. Rule number one, a name is very important. I just had to contact the designer who is doing our work to come up with a logo of WEFA, launched also via one of our summits. And then almost, even the men are actually there. I would say in some sectors, of course, the men are more. So you see President WEFA, this and this, I say this is a man. And then say, oh, I thought this was for women, you know, but the name is really dedicated for women. Under there, WEFA experience, just less than 5 years. It's actually across Africa. We are over 30 plus countries, mainly half of 2,000 SMEs. More than half of those are really women-led because I created a space for women. So they see, Will, I think you are on the right direction. So under there, me, I'm from environment, but as I told you, the streets have shaped me. Some people ask me, what did you exactly study? What is your profession? Because everyone is on board. And why? Because I've noticed, and I talked about it yesterday, the engineers, these energy efficiencies technologies, fellow engineers need this. But who are your clients? I don't have to study engineering to operate solar, you know, basic, maybe switch off, switch on, and that kind of thing. So for me, my experience was that put all these people on board. You can have your own profession where you belong, and I'm really very passionate about renewable energy and all this. But use this to power, use this to create entries, and that's what I've created. So through this, we have an annual summit called the Trans-Africa Investment Summit that provides a platform. Of course, the targets are basically our members, these 2,000 SMEs plus. Of course, not everyone comes on board every year, but every year it manifests different capacities, different initiatives, different leaders that have, maybe we share the same story. They have started their small enterprises, maybe when they are young, also old. Time is always there. You can start anytime. And they are working with a number of other women and youth and men behind them. So my approach, I believe, working with leaders in whatever way. You can even be an LC1 chairperson. You can be a student leader in maybe real estate or anything. Working with those at the forefront, I see that we've created mass. It's really a big movement of powerful people or confident people that are also empowering or other women, other people. People are learning from them. And we also have a YEFA, which is the Youth League, which is basically volunteering, that when these professionals want some interns, if they want some human resource, we always to connect via that. But going to the carbon markets, yes, I think Dr. Nicholas is out of here. I was going to ask him because he said NREP is a platform and they don't charge membership, even if they charge, because we also charge. That brings on board stakeholders. So I would actually wish that WEFA, especially the WEFA that has caught fire, that could be affiliated. I don't know what it takes. As I say, just a quote of that, in energy or renewable or whatever, but majority of them, those are potential clients. Those would want to listen stories from you, the experts, because they are your client. If you want to transform society, you don't work with only educated people or only lawyers. No, lawyers need engineers. Engineers need manufacturers. Manufacturers need caretakers. So I'm really looking forward to partnering with NREP, and we're already in partnership with ESU and many others to really create this massive change, awareness and engagement, because the members there are doing a lot of work that would really generate carbon credits, or that even other forms of change. I mean, it's not only in the energy sector where women are underrepresented, or even youth, but also in other sectors, you know, in mining, for example, and that kind of thing. And with all those collaborations, even some of our members from other countries have even opened companies here, you know, and they are collaborating with Uganda. Ugandans that are under our framework, they are already international. They don't move to Ghana to work in Ghana because our membership is big and there is a lot of virtual networking and business collaborations here and there. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Can we give a hand clap, please? This is a point where we transition now into the government side of the discussion. And I'll start off with Mr. Fred Tuhere, who's representing the UECCC. Mr. Fred, you've heard quite a bit from the panelists in this particular panel and the previous panel about the opportunities that exist and the need to link those opportunities with patient capital with what UECCC is doing in the solar, biogas, and other loan programs to de-risk investment. What do you think is the way, or what instruments, credit instruments, can UECCC design that can support energy efficiency projects within the sector?
Okay, thank you so much, Session Chair and the President. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Fred Tuhairwe. I work as a program manager for productive uses of energy at the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. Maybe to give you a brief, Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company is a government of Uganda company, which was formed actually to facilitate investment in renewable energy, to facilitate the private sector to invest in renewable energy. And as the Commissioner mentioned when he had the session here, that it is the private sector to really push energy efficiency and other renewable energies. So now this company was formed with that purpose, and ideally it was formed to mobilize resources from the government and other development partners and channel the same resources to private sector. And that is the work that is being done for the last now over 10 years, I think 15 years now. So, and the way we deliver, because we work so much with the private sector, we work with the energy service companies and financial institutions. You see, so now the energy service companies help deliver the energy services to end users who need to consume them, but also the financial institutions help to provide the financing. So we do an intermediary role, or we do financial intermediation. So currently, the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company is implementing a World Bank funded project, which is a project to the government of Uganda. And this project is a huge project. It's one of the biggest renewable energy and energy efficiency projects that are within East and Central Africa to a tune of $635 million, with a big chunk going to grid densification and expansion, which is done by the ministry, and the UECCC implementing mostly the off-grid part. So now I'm going to the nitty-gritties of financing. The real financing that we have currently, I will talk about the current and the future. Currently we have, first of all, we have a credit financing scheme, which is intended to support companies to get working capital. So currently we actually working with over 92 companies which are helping us to deliver and supply the end users with energy efficient appliances. And I want to really emphasize energy efficient appliances, as I will explain in the next financing model. So now the financing scheme offers working capital through financial institutions. The financial institutions, we have usually the commercial banks, the credit institutions. We also have MFIs. So it is a blend of financing institutions up to the SACCOs, because we want this financing to go out to the end users to be able to obtain energy appliances using this financing at low interest rates. So then companies can access working capital. That is one way we are leveraging capital for companies at low interest rates to be able to purchase and also distribute energy efficient appliances. Now that one is maybe a little bit of a hard option. We also, during the design of this program, we designed in a results-based financing program. And remember, this project is called the Electric Access Scale-Up Project. We want to promote access. So the results-based financing program or RBF was designed to promote access. So this was designed basically to focus on people who are disadvantaged, who have affordability constraints to obtain modern energy services. And it is basically focusing on entry products, not very huge products. It is supposed to support entry products. And I believe most of you can also still benefit from this. So we have entry products and very energy efficient appliances only. And we also work with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards to ensure that we are promoting this alongside the quality of the products. And you know very well that the quality products are expensive to obtain. If you really need to be energy efficient, the initial investment cost may be higher than being energy inefficient. So we have 3 schemes here. We have off-grid solar, we have clean cooking, and productive uses of energy appliances. Now, under clean cooking, we are promoting EPCs, electric pressure cookers. You know how energy efficient they are. We are promoting improved cook stoves. You know how energy efficient they are, but as they are energy efficient, they also go with a higher cost. So that's why the program was designed to provide a subsidy to the end user to be able to obtain that appliance for the first time, at least, first time use. So probably, of course, as the commissioner was communicating, he talked about RBFs and market distortions. But ideally, this program was really designed to address affordability barriers, because we believe that if someone cannot afford to buy an appliance now, for example, if it's a productive use of energy appliance, they buy it today when they have a subsidy, they use and appreciate the product, then in the coming cycle, they will be able to afford themselves. And these RBFs are here for a short time, and that's why everybody should embrace. And they are open to each and every company. We have no restriction on companies. We keep admitting companies. So there's no disadvantage of market distortion. Everybody must can come and apply and sell for as long as you're selling energy efficient and high quality products. For those who have not applied to work with us, either may be worried about the quality of their products or the efficiency of their products. But for companies that sell energy efficient and high quality products, always apply to work with us. It's a project, it will end, but it will deliver impacts. So we intend to deliver impacts. So now I've talked about credit financing as one of the financing mechanisms that we have. We have the results-based financing, and we also have a technical assistance program. So TA was designed to support these companies that work with us and the financial institutions, and also these other organizations like UNBS, associations, to be able to access this fund and be able to promote advocacy, promote awareness, market development. So that TA is also available as a means of supporting especially more companies and financial institutions that are supporting acquisition of energy efficient appliances. So of course, how we really monitor and report, especially for the results-based financing, we have an MRV system called Prospect. So for all the sales that we make or companies make, the partner companies make, we receive them, they upload in the system, so we can always monitor and see who has sold, who has not sold, what they have sold, their capacities are there, so we obtain reports. So now, in future, we intend that this MRV system will unlock carbon financing. It's something we shall go in and ensure that as we have done it, we have a lot of data, we have reports, so we can be able to obtain some carbon financing, which will also further support and also bring in more financing, which can continue supporting these initiatives in renewable energy and energy efficiency.
Thank you very much. Please let's have a hand clap for Mr. Fred. He has actually directly addressed the aspect of creating an environment for carbon markets. And this brings in the question to the ministry. And I would like to address this question to Engineer. The ministry has done significant work on policy and regulation, and still a lot of work is yet to be done. But in your opinion, what can be done to fast track especially the carbon revenues from energy efficiency projects that would later on support policy frameworks? And then also, based on what he has said, already UECCC is doing some work to create an MRV framework that will provide the necessary data which creates trust needed to support energy efficiency projects through carbon credit financing. Article 6 of the Carbon Markets Code talks about the aspect of tradable credits under both compliance and voluntary markets. How is the ministry working towards setting such frameworks in place such that energy efficiency projects can be accelerated using carbon revenues?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think it is such an honor to have a very big group of people gathered here to talk about energy efficiency and what it can do for the country. And before I go to the specific question, I would still want to add my voice to stating the importance of energy efficiency to the country. And in my opinion, I summarize the benefits into 4. The first one is cost saving. Because when you are efficient, you avoid energy use or you increase on the productivity. meaning either you increase money flowing into by avoiding the cost of energy. The second one is avoided energy import or buying energy from outside what you can, I mean from within. So, for example, we have consumers who highly depend on fossil fuels, which is imported from outside our energy market. And that is a cost which is external. We send money outside. And when we're efficient, we eliminate that. The third one is environment. When you're efficient, you reduce on the level at which you draw your resources. And I think that is the reason why the question of carbon financing is coming in. And the fourth perspective of being efficient is improving the reliability or improving your security. When you're efficient, you are not worried on whether you are going to spend so much. So at any point, you are very sure you are in control, and that's the energy security perspective. Now, as government, we do a lot of creation of policy environments which favor prosperity and which favor businesses to continue thriving. The policies are in different angles. And we had Mr. Gilbert from UMA talk about the cost of energy and the importance of ensuring that energy is reliable. And he also pointed out that renewable energy alone may not even be good for the factory if grid is not there. So the point of being efficient and having access to reliable energy is very critical. But efficiency is one of the first things we always have to run to when it comes to ensuring that we reduce on our carbon footprint. We have laws in place which provide for access to carbon financing and also which provide for ensuring that we reduce our carbon footprint. As a country, we have a fully-fledged department for climate change, and this department does a lot of work in ensuring that Uganda benefits from the climate frameworks. And I think it's one of the reasons we have development partners wanting to support us to ensure that we benefit from that framework, because we already have the institutional frameworks in place to allow us to benefit from that. Now, coming back to the question, knowing that energy is a very big contributor to carbon pollution, reducing energy consumption helps us to generate more carbon revenues. But if we are not prepared, we may find that we are not benefiting from that. So one of the ways we have to ensure that we benefit from it is to ensure that we have the right policy framework and the ability to collect data. Because when you don't have data, you cannot verify whether you saved you generated carbon credits or you did not generate. Number two, previous speakers have talked about the potential. We need to generate the potential. Potential means where are the sources of these carbon credits? Ministry of Energy has built a lot of capacity in conducting energy audits. energy audits are one of the ways in which we identify opportunities for saving energy. And all of you will agree with me that every unit of energy saved has a contribution to carbon savings. Now, if we do not have the capacity to quantify the potential, we cannot be in any way able to benefit from the carbon financing available. Because you have not generated the potential, so you don't know what is happening, you don't know what you can implement, and therefore, you have nothing to claim. Therefore, building capacity for ourselves to be in position to identify and quantify the potential for carbon generation, carbon revenue generation is very important. And this is one of the reasons why Ministry of Energy has been supporting energy audits and will continue to support energy audits, because we know if we are able to quantify the energy savings in every sector of the economy, whether it is a household, whether it is a commercial establishment, whether it is in factories, we will not be able to prove that we have potential for attracting carbon financing. The last aspect I want to talk about is the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill, which was talked about. It is a framework. It has a framework elaborated in there to help us benefit from carbon financing. Because we talk about incentives, and one of the ways we can attract investment is to have a framework which provides for us to benefit from carbon financing arising from energy efficiency projects. Therefore, having the right legal framework, legal and regulatory framework, will be one of the key things for us to benefit from the available financing options, including carbon financing. Thank you.
Very well articulated. Let's please give a hand clap for engineer. We've come to the end of our panel discussion session. Because of time, we can only allow 2 comments or questions. And I've been advised by the moderator there are 2 people already who had questions or comments. I'll let Engineer Ima River give her first comment or question, and then the panel can respond. And then Engineer James Banabe, please prepare yourself.
Thank you, moderator. I would like to start by congratulating the Energy Efficiency Association on this very important milestone. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you also the panelists and the previous panelists. We have had very good discussions, very good points that have been talked about. Audience, I know I'm cognizant of the fact that it's lunchtime, we are hungry, so I'm going to keep my speech very short, don't worry, yes. It's not a speech, it's not a speech and it's not a question. I just want to add on to the discussion, mainly focusing on the legislation. Many issues in the sector have been talked about in the space of energy efficiency, and a lot of emphasis is being put on energy efficiency, but I would like to also add that as we have been talking about these things, they are not exactly new things. These are things we have been talking about for decades. Energy efficiency has been around for over 2 decades or 3 decades, but please agree with me that we have not had as much traction as we would want, yes. And I think that if we really want to accelerate this more, if we want energy efficiency to be a priority in the country, we really have to have a framework, a foundation, a backbone, and this can only be achieved in having a legislation in place. And Dr. Brian in the morning mentioned that it has been long overdue. We coming to the end where we hope that we shall realize this legislation very soon. So I just want to take opportunity of this platform, because I look at the different players in the room, the youth, the NGOs, the development partners, and I would like to call upon them to use their respective platforms to advocate for this bill. Of course, when it is passed, that won't be the end. We see that there is a need for a lot of mindset change. We need to create more awareness. So I wanted to call upon the different players, especially the youth, to use whatever platforms you have to create awareness about this law and how it's going to benefit us, all the different players. I mean, when we talk about the private dealers, they may not realize this, but this bill is very key in creating a fair ground for all dealers to operate in, equipment dealers. The manufacturers may be hesitant, they may be focusing on reliability, but this bill we know is going to come in to improve your competitiveness in the region. You're talking about going to other regions. Maybe that would not really be necessary if we have a fair play ground in the market. So I just want to call upon, in conclusion, please let's put this information out there in whatever way we can, on our different platforms, on our different websites, whatever discussions we have. The NGOs, a women group, have this discussion about the bill, encourage people to support the bill and how it's going to help increase, benefit us as players in the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Niereva. It also means that if you're a sector player and you need further information to understand the bill, she's right there. Please get her contact or have a conversation with her and set up arrangements such that this bill can be promoted. Thank you very much. Yes?
Yes, I'm James Barnaby. I used to be David's boat and Emma. That explains who I am. I was the first commissioner for energy efficiency and conservation, but I'm also the one who started these things of Energy Week and that kind of stuff. Now, I have a proposal. When it comes to capacity, how do we develop our capacity? Especially, we have the young people here, who are members of the chapter, students chapter here. Yeah, so these people, other than being members of the chapter, what is the association helping to build their capacity? I want us to have some commitment to helping them. I've had discussions with WUMA. WUMA says, for them, they're willing if students can be attached, but they don't expect them to pay them because issues of cost are a challenge. But I've also been informed that PSFU has money that it uses to help build capacity. So I would like us to have this discussion where association, together with PSFU, together with the student chapters and WUMA, all the key players and the ministry, are helping build this capacity, because the bill that Emma is talking about is going to require energy managers in all those institutions, in those industries. It's going to require energy auditors. There is a lot of capacity that we need, but we don't seem to be moving. So we have development partners that have money that can help train these young people. So once they graduate, some have graduated, can we train them and help them understand energy auditing? There are many of us that are certified energy auditors, but at times we are doing other things. Now I'm in clean cooking. I think I'm better helpful in energy efficiency up this end. That energy cooking can be done by other people, not like me. So can we have some dedicated strategy, how we are going to build this capacity, how we are going to help the young people who are unemployed? Some of them have parents that are able even to pay them do internship, because it's also going to help, first of all, help raise awareness in the industry, but also the energy auditors that are finding work hard to find, they will also have an opportunity. So you have a graduate who is attached to an energy auditor. You have graduates who have been trained in energy auditing, and we're linking them up with PSFU and WUMA. I'm sure we can find a solution. That's my proposal. Thank you.
Please, let's give a hand clap for him. He has directly answered one of the biggest challenges one of the youth mentioned in the previous panel. And as an association, borrowing a leaf from what we learned from Kenya, Kenya has the Youth in Energy Empowerment Program. We adopted it early, but it was stopped because of challenges of financing. But we believe we can resuscitate that. And the Youth in Energy Empowerment Program did exactly what you're saying. We get youth from the universities, link them with organizations that need to reduce their energy footprint or energy intensity. And then we act as facilitators in that process. They get practical hands-on training, and the organizations get their energy efficiency aspects addressed. I would like us to end here because we are really out of time, and give opportunity to the panelists to just give one parting shot, and then we close with the photograph. Thank you. Starting from the woman in energy.
I just want to say, let us, continue to collaborate. Seawheel is here. Let us, build our networks, and let us, just build one another, because the sector is definitely, part of Uganda's, sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor?
Yes, thank you so much. My word is really to show up, as my colleague stated. So don't hold back. Don't always look for things that are free. Life is an investment where you have a saving and it needs an investment. Invest in yourself. Show up, engage, and the world is open there. And to the women, by the way, no one is against you. The men are our friends. Occupy space. I've never found those barriers, by the way. They are very friendly. And once they see you, you're courageous, you bring opportunities to them. You will be their friend. Thank you.
Much. Yes, Fred?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like, as my parting shots, to inform all the young people in the house and everybody at large that embrace the government program. There are subsidies for energy efficient appliances, solar water pumps, and others at 60% subsidy. Let your parents or you people around here embrace this and obtain these appliances, as this RBF lasts. It will not last forever. So embrace it and benefit from the government program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes?
Thank you. To the ladies and women in energy, those who are in institutions, those who are professionals already, this is to you, that we are here as well. Come, let's join hands. Let's try to mentor others. Let's try to network, and we shall have an impact on sustainable development. And to the financing developers, I request that financing shouldn't only be provision of finance, but it should also include the mentorship, training, and networking, and also kind of technical development. Thank you.
As government, we have very many programs we are implementing. And most of these require the attention of all Ugandans. And my appeal is that if we bring a program that concerns you, please be our ambassadors. Recently, we had the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill, and I saw that we had a lot of struggles in making sure the issue of energy efficiency is understood by Ugandans, including people in big offices, whom we thought they would easily understand, but it's not a straightforward thing. We need to create awareness. So my humble appeal is that we work together to create awareness about government programs so that they can benefit all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer James. Birmaso, David. We'll have the parting shots from Engineer Ismaila, and then we will hand over to the MC.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. What I will say is that collaboration is very, very key, but of course, we need to show up, and I'm very much aligned to all that has been suggested by the panelists. But ultimately, what we need to look at is impact. So if we are collaborating and we are showing up, the question is, how do we ensure that whatever we are doing is real and measurable and actually contributing to, creating jobs, and also promoting sustainable development. So I would say that AEE is ever ready to support Uganda, and we hope that we can work collaboratively for real and measurable activities that we can actually see has been impactful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's give a hand clap to all the panelists for their contributions. It's been an honor moderating this session. Over to you, MC.
Thank you very much. Another big round of applause to the panelists. And let's welcome them for a group photo. Let's have a group photo. And yes, lunch is ready. Maybe in the afternoon, we shall have a very interesting program for those who are interested in the hydrogen, to understand hydrogen technology in this room. So you go with all your belongings, have lunch. When you're free, you can come back at 3:30. Otherwise, we have our QR codes. You can, for more details about energy efficiency, how to join, how to be a member, the benefits, how to join CWIL, and all the activities, just scan the QR codes, go to the website, and you will have a lot of fun with energy efficiency. Otherwise, it's been a good time. Thanks for coming, and enjoy your time.